Ascension. The atmosphere within the observation deck of the Aetheris Ridge grew heavy as the data streams began to coalesce into a terrifyingly clear pattern. Dr. Ilara Vance watched the spectral analysis of the 2018 signal, noting that the energy spikes didn't just bypass the facility's shielding, they seemed to treat the lead-lined walls as if they were made of mist. This wasn't a simple transmission, it was a spatial puncture. She remembered the classified files from 1985, where a similar resonance had been recorded over the Siberian tundra, an event that had been scrubbed from every public record to maintain the illusion of a predictable world. Captain Silas Thorne sat in the debriefing room, the fluorescent lights humming with a frequency that made his teeth ache. He described the 2003 encounter with a precision that only a man who had stared death in the face could manage. The object hadn't just moved, it had rewritten the coordinates of its existence. One moment, it was a blur on his wingtip, and the next, it was a static point on the horizon, defying the 500 knots of wind resistance that should have torn any human craft apart. He spoke of the G-force vacuum, a pocket of stillness that surrounded the craft, where the laws of inertia seemed to have been suspended by a higher authority. In the subterranean levels of Station 7, Agent Marcus Vane examined the recovered artifact from the 1946 crash site. Under the electron microscope, the material didn't look like metal. It looked like a woven tapestry of light and shadow. The atoms weren't bonded by traditional electromagnetic forces, but appeared to be held together by a localized gravitational field. When he touched the surface, he didn't feel cold or heat, but a faint vibration that synchronized with his own heartbeat. It was a technology that didn't just perform a function, it integrated with the observer. The 1988 wave over the European plains had left more than just sightings. It had left a psychological scar on the collective consciousness of the region. Entire villages had reported the same dream on the night of the Great Triangle Passage, a vision of a city built of glass and mathematics, floating in a sea of violet gas. This wasn't mass hysteria, it was a synchronized neural broadcast. The objects weren't just observing humanity, they were recalibrating the way we perceived reality, planting seeds of a future that felt more like a forgotten memory. Deep-sea sensors in the void sector picked up a transition event in late 2020. A craft, roughly the size of a city block, emerged from the seabed without displacing a single liter of water. It moved through the liquid medium with a frictionless grace that defied fluid dynamics. As it broke the surface, it didn't create a splash. It simply transitioned into the air, its hull shimmering with a bioluminescent glow that matched the stars above. The transition was so seamless that the nearby naval vessels didn't even register a wake on their sonar. Dr. Vance's research led her to the temporal anchor theory, a concept first proposed in a fringe journal in 1973. The theory suggested that these entities didn't travel through space but through the folds of time. This explained the missing time reported by the family in the Mojave in 1974. They hadn't been moved in space, they had been paused while the rest of the world moved forward. To them it was a second. To the universe, it was 3 hours. The car's clock counting backward wasn't a malfunction. It was a symptom of the vehicle being caught in a temporal backwash. The biological effects on the 1996 witnesses were the most harrowing part of the classified dossiers. Those who had stood within the radius of influence exhibited a strange cellular regeneration. Scars vanished, chronic illnesses disappeared, but their DNA began to show signs of artificial sequencing. They were becoming something else, hybrids of terrestrial biology and an unknown crystalline architecture. Their eyes, once brown or blue, began to fleck with silver, reflecting a spectrum of light that shouldn't exist on Earth. Silas Thorne found himself back in the cockpit of a simulator, trying to replicate the maneuvers he had seen in 2003. Every time he pushed the controls to the limit, the computer crashed. The software couldn't calculate the trajectories because they required a division by zero in the laws of physics. The Kalin entity, as the intelligence had been codenamed in the 2019 report, wasn't playing by the rules of the game. It was the one who had written the code, and it was now showing the players how little they truly understood. Marcus Vane stood on the deck of an aircraft carrier, looking out at the horizon where the sky met the sea. He knew that the 2021 reorganization of the task force was a desperate attempt to put a lid on a boiling pot. The All-Domain Anomaly Office was a name designed to sound bureaucratic and boring, a mask for the fact that they were tracking a godlike intelligence that could turn their entire nuclear arsenal into lead with a single pulse. The power imbalance was absolute, and the only thing keeping the world from panic was the entity's apparent indifference to human politics. As the sun set over the Aetheris Ridge, Ilara Vance received a final data packet. It wasn't numbers or graphs, it was a sound file. When she played it, the room filled with the sound of 1,000 voices whispering in a language that felt like music. It was the echo of the unseen, a greeting from the void. She realized then that the story wasn't about a discovery, it was about an invitation. The door was open, and whether humanity was ready or not, the transition had already begun. The silence in the high-altitude laboratory was broken only by the rhythmic pulsing of the Aetheris signal, which had now shifted into a complex geometric sequence. Dr. Ilara Vance noted that the 2018 data log showed a direct correlation between the signal's intensity and the localized gravitational fluctuations. It was as if the very air was becoming heavier, more viscous, as the Kalin intelligence tightened its grip on the surrounding space. She recalled the 1984 incident at the Blackwood Observatory, where a similar phenomenon had caused the entire facility to drift 3 inches off its foundation, a fact that was immediately buried under a mountain of national security directives. Captain Silas Thorne sat in a darkened room watching the playback of his 2003 flight recorder. The footage was grainy, distorted by an electromagnetic interference that shouldn't have existed. The white, pill-shaped craft didn't just fly, it seemed to blink across the sky. One frame it was at 10 o'clock, the next it was at 3, with no transitional movement in between. This was the phase shift ability, a total disregard for the continuity of space. He remembered the 1991 report from a naval pilot in the Mediterranean who had seen a similar object dive into the water at Mach 3 without creating a splash or a sonar spike, as if the ocean itself had opened a door for it. Agent Marcus Vane moved through the sterile corridors of Station 7, his footsteps echoing against the reinforced steel. He was heading toward the resonance chamber, where the 1946 artifact was being kept. The object had begun to glow with a soft, rhythmic amber light synchronized with the lunar cycle. The 2020 analysis suggested that the artifact wasn't a piece of machinery, but a biological organ of a much larger planetary-scale organism. It didn't have wires or circuits. It had neural pathways made of a superconducting crystalline lattice. Every time a researcher approached it, their brainwaves would instantly align with the artifact's frequency, a phenomenon Vane called the collective hum. In the coastal town of Oakhaven, the 1988 witnesses were still dealing with the aftermath of the Violet Sky event. Those who had been touched by the light reported a strange new sensory capability. They could see radio waves and hear the magnetic field of the Earth. This wasn't a hallucination, it was a forced evolution. The 2019 medical surveys showed that their nervous systems had been rewired at a fundamental level. They were no longer just human, they were sensors, living antennas for an intelligence that was using them to map the planet's energetic ley lines. The system suppression event of 2021 was the most significant blow to the Global Anomaly Task Force's confidence. During a joint military exercise in the Pacific, an entire carrier strike group was rendered powerless for exactly 12 minutes. Engines died, radars went dark, and even the mechanical watches on the sailors' wrists stopped ticking. There was no surge, no EMP, just a total withdrawal of energy. When the power returned, every digital screen on the ships displayed a single image, a map of the stars as they would appear from Earth in the year 30,000. It was a message of scale, a reminder that human history was but a blink in the eyes of the Kaelin. Dr. Vance discovered a hidden layer in the 1973 Temporal Anchor papers. The author, a physicist who had disappeared shortly after publication, suggested that the anomalies weren't just visiting our time, they were anchoring it to prevent a catastrophic collapse of the local reality. The 1974 Mojave incident wasn't an abduction, it was a rescue. The family had been pulled out of a localized temporal rift that would have erased their existence. The backward counting clock was a calibration tool, a way for the rescuers to synchronize the car's timeline with the corrected flow of the universe. The molecular synthesis lab at Station 7 finally managed to produce a microscopic flake of the 1946 alloy. The process required a zero-gravity environment and a temperature near absolute zero. The resulting material was so dense that a piece the size of a grain of sand weighed nearly 10 pounds. It possessed a memory property. No matter how much it was deformed, it would return to its original shape when exposed to a specific frequency of sound. This was the secret of the Kaelin craft. They weren't built, they were sung into existence, their forms held together by a constant harmonic resonance. Silas Thorne was summoned to a secret meeting in the heart of the capital. There, he met with a group of retired generals who had been tracking the Silent Triangles since 1987. They showed him a map of the world covered in dead zones, areas where the Kaelin had established permanent, invisible structures. These weren't bases in the traditional sense, they were reality filters, places where the laws of physics were being subtly altered to allow the non-human intelligence to manifest more fully. The 2003 encounter hadn't been a chance meeting. Silas had flown into a filter that was being moved across the ocean. The 1996 biological integration cases took a turn for the surreal when the witnesses began to communicate with each other through a shared mental space. They didn't need phones or computers. They could share thoughts, images, and emotions across thousands of miles. Marcus Vane realized that the Kaelin weren't just changing individuals, they were building a neural web across the human population. This was the neural resonance ability in its final form, a global consciousness that would eventually bypass the need for language or government. As the second phase of the Aetheris signal began, Ilara Vance felt a strange sense of peace. The fear that had gripped her for years was replaced by a profound understanding. The Kaelin weren't invaders, and they weren't gods. They were the gardeners of reality, and humanity was the crop that was finally beginning to ripen. The 2021 report, which she was now writing in her mind, wouldn't be a warning, it would be a manifesto for a new world. The transition was no longer coming, it was here, and the first fruits of the new era were already beginning to bloom in the shadows of the old. The resonance within the Aetheris Ridge facility had reached a state of permanent vibration, a low-frequency hum that seemed to reorganize the dust motes in the air into perfect fractal patterns. Dr. Ilara Vance observed that the 2019 data streams were no longer just recording anomalies, they were predicting them. The Kalan intelligence was broadcasting a temporal map, a blueprint of events that had yet to occur. She looked back at the 1983 records from the Arctic Circle, where a research team had discovered a frozen sphere that emitted the same fractal light. The team had been evacuated, and the site was officially listed as a geological instability, but Ilara knew the truth. They had found a seed, and now, decades later, it was beginning to sprout. Captain Silas Thorne was no longer allowed to fly conventional aircraft. His 2003 encounter had left him with a spatial sensitivity that made standard cockpits feel like cages. He spent his days in a high-security hangar, staring at a prototype craft that the military had built using reverse-engineered principles from the 1987 Silent Triangle wave. The craft had no engine, only a series of crystalline plates that vibrated in response to his thoughts. This was the neural interface in action, a bridge between human intent and the fabric of the vacuum. He realized that the Kalan didn't pilot their craft, they willed them into motion, treating the universe as an extension of their own consciousness. Agent Marcus Vane stood before the Oversight Committee in late 2020, presenting a report that he knew would be ignored. He spoke of the trans-medium transition events that were occurring with increasing frequency. In 2019, a fleet of small metallic orbs had been tracked moving from the upper atmosphere directly into the core of an active volcano in the Andes. They didn't melt, they didn't even slow down. The sensors inside the volcano recorded the orbs phasing through the magma as if it were nothing more than thin air. Vane argued that the Kalan weren't just ignoring our borders, they were ignoring the very concept of solid matter. The 1988 witnesses in Oakhaven had begun to exhibit the collective behavior that baffled sociologists. They moved in synchronized patterns, gathering at specific geographic coordinates at sunset without any prior communication. The 2020 surveillance footage showed them standing in perfect silence, their silver-flecked eyes reflecting a light that wasn't there. They were acting as a biological array, a living network designed to stabilize the reality filters that were now appearing across the globe. They weren't being controlled, they were being tuned like instruments in a vast, invisible orchestra. A major system suppression event occurred in early 2021, this time targeting the world's financial hubs. For 3 hours, every digital transaction on the planet was redirected to a single, encrypted account. When the encryption was finally broken, the account was found to contain nothing but a series of coordinates in the void sector. The message was clear. The Kalan could dismantle the foundations of human civilization without firing a single shot. They were demonstrating that our systems of power, money, law, and military force were irrelevant in the face of a civilization that could manipulate the fundamental constants of the universe. Dr. Vance's analysis of the 1973 temporal anchor theory took a dark turn when she realized the cost of the rescue in the Mojave. The 1974 incident hadn't just saved the family, it had created a temporal echo, a duplicate version of the family that now existed in a parallel timeline. This explained the reports of doppelgangers that had plagued the region for decades. The Kalan weren't just fixing the timeline, they were pruning it, discarding the branches that led to extinction and nurturing the ones that led to integration. The echoes were the price of survival, the ghosts of a future that had been averted. In the depths of Station 7, the 1946 artifact began to sing in a frequency that was audible to everyone in the facility. It wasn't a song of notes, but a song of information. Researchers reported a sudden intuitive understanding of complex multidimensional mathematics. One janitor who had never studied physics began sketching blueprints for a gravity well generator on the walls of the cafeteria. The molecular synthesis lab realized that the artifact was a knowledge seed designed to leak information into the human collective at a rate we could absorb. We weren't discovering their technology, we were being taught it. Silas Thorne finally stepped into the prototype craft. As his hands touched the crystalline plates, the hangar around him vanished. He wasn't in a room anymore, he was in a probability field. He could see every possible path the craft could take, stretching out like a web of light. He chose a path that led to the Aetheris Ridge, and in a heartbeat he was there, hovering silently above Dr. Vance's laboratory. There was no acceleration, no movement, just a shift in his point of existence. He realized that the Kalan didn't travel through space because to them, space didn't exist. There was only the here, and they could change what here meant at will. The 1996 biological integration cases reached their final stage in late 2021. The witnesses' skin began to take on a faint, iridescent sheen, and their internal organs were slowly being replaced by a semi-liquid, crystalline structure. They no longer needed to eat or breathe in the traditional sense. They were drawing energy directly from the zero-point field. Marcus Vane watched as one of the subjects simply walked through a reinforced glass wall, her body shimmering as she passed through the solid material. They were becoming trans-medium entities, the first generation of a new species that would bridge the gap between human and Kalan. As Silas Thorne's craft hovered over the Aetheris Ridge, Ilara Vance walked out onto the observation deck. She looked up and saw not a machine, but a reflection of the future. The 2021 report was finished, but she would never send it. There was no one left to report to who would understand. The echo of the unseen was no longer a whisper, it was a roar. The transition was complete. The old world was a husk, and the new one was vibrant, terrifying, and beautiful. She raised her hand, and, for the first time, the silver in her eyes caught the light of a sun that was rising on a different Earth. The atmosphere atop the Aetheris Ridge had transformed into a shimmering veil of ionized gas, a direct result of the prototype craft's presence. Dr. Ilara Vance watched as the sensors, calibrated for the 2019 baseline, began to melt under the sheer intensity of the probability field. The data was no longer linear, it was a recursive loop of possibilities. She recalled the 1982 incident at the Orestes installation, where a similar field had caused the clocks to run sideways, their hands spinning in a dimension that shouldn't exist. The Kalan weren't just here to observe, they were rewriting the fundamental constants of the local environment to suit their own biological, or perhaps post-biological needs. Captain Silas Thorne, suspended within the crystalline lattice of the prototype, felt his sense of self dissolving into the neural web. He could feel Ilara's heartbeat from the observation deck, and simultaneously he could feel the cold, crushing pressure of the void sector where the Kalan motherships were beginning to phase into reality. The 2003 encounter had been a mere handshake. This was a full integration. He realized that the anti-gravity everyone spoke of was actually mass displacement. The craft didn't push against the Earth. It simply told the Earth that the craft wasn't there. It was a linguistic trick played on the fabric of the universe. Agent Marcus Vane, now operating from a mobile command center, as Station 7 was slowly being consumed by a crystalline growth, watched the global system suppression reach its zenith. In late 2021, the internet didn't just go down, it was replaced. A new network operating on quantum entanglement appeared on every device. It didn't host websites or social media. It hosted a single, unified consciousness. People weren't typing messages, they were sharing thought forms. The 2020 task force's attempts to block the signal were like trying to stop the tide with a sieve. The Kalan had bypassed our technology by turning our own biology into the hardware. The 1988 Oakhaven Group had now become the architects of the new dawn. They were no longer standing in silence, they were building. Using the molecular synthesis techniques leaked by the 1946 artifact, they were growing structures out of the very soil. These buildings weren't made of brick or stone, but of living glass that breathed and pulsed with the rhythm of the planet. The 2021 satellite imagery showed these structures forming a geometric pattern across the continent, a resonance grid designed to amplify the Kalen's influence. They were terraforming Earth, not for themselves, but for the hybrid species that was emerging from the shadows. A temporal dilation event of unprecedented scale occurred in the heart of the capital in mid-2021. For those inside the city, only 5 minutes had passed, but for the rest of the world, 3 days had vanished. When the bubble finally burst, the city's architecture had been subtly altered. The monuments were still there, but they were inscribed with a language that resonated in the mind rather than the eyes. The 1973 temporal anchor theory had predicted this. The anchors were being dropped to stabilize the transition, ensuring that the old reality didn't shatter as the new one was overlaid upon it. Dr. Vance's research into the neural resonance led her to a terrifying discovery in the 1995 classified archives. The Kalen hadn't just arrived in the 20th century. They had been here since the dawn of man, hidden in the folds of our perception. Every myth of gods, every legend of spirits was a misinterpreted encounter with the Kalen. The 2019 signal wasn't a first contact, it was a wake-up call. We were a dormant project, a biological experiment that had finally reached its expiration date. The Kalen weren't our neighbors, they were our creators, returning to harvest the data of our civilization. In the resonance chamber, the 1946 artifact finally achieved critical mass. It didn't explode, it unfolded. The small, bone-like object expanded into a gateway, a shimmering portal that led directly to the heart of the void sector. Marcus Vane watched as the first of the trans-medium entities, the 1996 witnesses, walked through the gate. They didn't look back. They were leaving the three-dimensional world behind, ascending into a reality where time was a landscape and thought was the only currency. The 2021 report was now a eulogy for the human race as it had been known. Silas Thorne pushed the prototype craft through the gateway. As he passed the threshold, he saw the Kalen in their true form. They weren't grey aliens or metallic machines, they were vibrational patterns, vast clouds of sentient light that spanned light years. They were the unseen, the architects of the multiverse. The 2003 encounter had been a single pixel in a masterpiece he was only now beginning to see. He realized that his entire life, his career, his trauma had been a carefully choreographed path to this moment. He wasn't a pilot, he was a key. The biological integration reached its final irreversible stage in late 2021. The silver in Ilara Vance's eyes spread to her skin, turning her into a living mirror. She could see the past, present, and future simultaneously. She saw the 1946 crash not as an accident but as a gift, a deliberate sacrifice by the Kalen to jumpstart human technology. She saw the 2019 signal as a compass, guiding us through the turbulence of the transition. She saw herself not as a scientist, but as a witness, the one who would record the end of the old world and the birth of the new. As the sun rose over a world that was no longer entirely Earth, the Aetheris Ridge facility fell silent. The machines had stopped, the power was gone, but the air was alive with a new kind of energy. Ilara Vance stood on the deck, her body shimmering in the light of a sun that now glowed with a violet hue. The echo of the unseen was no longer a sound, it was the very fabric of her being. The 2021 transition was over. The Kalan had arrived, the hybrids had ascended, and the story of humanity had finally reached its first true beginning. The violet dawn over the Aetheris Ridge was not merely a change in colour, but a fundamental shift in the planet's atmospheric chemistry. Dr. Ilara Vance, her skin now a translucent lattice of silver and light, observed that the 2020 environmental sensors were recording a complete replacement of nitrogen with a noble gas that resonated at the frequency of the Kalan. The air was no longer just something to breathe, it was a medium for thought. She looked back at the 1981 blue mist incident in the Appalachian Mountains, where hikers had reported a fog that had allowed them to see through solid objects. It hadn't been a chemical leak, it had been a localized test of the very atmosphere she was now standing in. Captain Silas Thorne, now fully merged with the prototype craft, found himself navigating the lanes of probability within the void sector. He was no longer limited by the 3 dimensions of space. In the 2003 encounter, he had been a bird hitting a window. Now he was the glass itself. He could see the 1987 silent triangles, not as craft, but as stitches in the fabric of reality, holding the transition together. The Kalan didn't use fuel, they used intentionality. By focusing his mind on a destination, the universe rearranged itself to bring that destination to him. It was the ultimate form of gravitational nullification, the removal of the distance between the observer and the observed. Agent Marcus Vane stood at the edge of the resonance grid in what used to be the Midwest. The living glass structures had grown into towering spires that reached into the ionosphere, acting as massive lightning rods for the Kalan's energy. The 2021 system suppression had evolved into a system integration. The old power grids were gone, replaced by a planetary hum that provided limitless energy to anyone whose biology had been tuned. Vane realized that the 1946 artifact hadn't been a piece of a ship, but a tuning fork. Its purpose was to vibrate the human race into a new state of matter, a process that was now reaching its crescendo. The Oakhaven Group, the first of the New Dawn, had begun to manifest the molecular synthesis ability on a personal scale. They could reach into the air and pull out solid objects, tools, food, or complex geometric shapes by simply imagining their atomic structure. This was the end of scarcity, the end of the economic causal chain that had driven human history for millennia. The 2020 task force's fears of a global collapse were realized, but it wasn't a collapse into chaos, it was a collapse into a higher order. The Kalan were not replacing us, they were providing the tools for us to replace ourselves. A temporal displacement event in late 2021 caused the ruins of ancient civilizations to reappear in their prime, overlaid onto modern cities. In Rome, the Colosseum stood whole and gleaming alongside the husks of 20th century skyscrapers. The 1973 temporal anchor theory had hinted at this temporal convergence. The Kalan were collapsing the timeline into a single eternal now, where all of human history existed simultaneously. This allowed the witnesses like Ilara to draw on the wisdom of the past and the possibilities of the future to guide the present transition. Dr. Vance's neural connection to the Kalan web revealed the true nature of the 1995 Folds discovery. The Kalan weren't just hidden in our perception, they were the substrate of our perception. Every thought a human had ever had was a ripple in the Kalan's vast collective mind. We were a subroutine that had been allowed to run independently for a few thousand years to see what unique patterns we would generate. The 2019 wake-up call was the signal that the simulation was over and the data was being integrated back into the main program. We weren't losing our individuality, we were expanding it to include the entire universe. In the heart of the resonance chamber, the portal to the void sector had stabilized into a permanent bridge. Marcus Vane watched as the trans-medium entities began to return from the other side. They were no longer recognizable as human. They were luminous architectures, beings made of geometry and sound. They brought with them the biological integration protocols for the rest of the population. The 1996 witnesses were the alpha version, and now the final release was being deployed. The transition was no longer a choice. It was an evolutionary inevitability, a tide that was lifting every soul on the planet. Silas Thorne steered the prototype through the bridge and back into the Earth's atmosphere. As he descended, he saw the planet not as a blue marble, but as a living jewel, glowing with the multi-dimensional light of the Kalan. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a fleet of millions shimmering in the sky like a new constellation. They weren't there to invade, they were there to anchor the new reality. He felt a surge of neural resonance from the planet below, a billion minds suddenly waking up to the truth. The silence was over. The song had begun. The final stage of Alara Vance's transformation occurred as she stepped off the observation deck and into the open air. She didn't fall, she phased into the wind, her body becoming a cloud of silver particles that danced in the violet light. She was no longer a scientist or a witness. She was the Aetheris itself. She could feel every temporal anchor, every reality filter, and every neural link on the planet. She saw the 2021 report not as a document, but as a vibration that would echo through the eternal now, a testament to the moment humanity transcended its biological prison. As the Kalan motherships finally fully materialized in the skies above every major city, there was no panic, only a profound sense of homecoming. The 2021 transition was the end of the old story, and the first sentence of the new one. The Earth was no longer a lonely rock in a cold vacuum, it was a node in a galactic network of intelligence. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus, the scientist, the pilot, and the agent, were the first to cross the threshold, but they would not be the last. The echo of the unseen had become the voice of the all, and the universe was finally, beautifully, listening. The integration of the planetary consciousness had reached a state of harmonic equilibrium, where the thoughts of the billions were no longer a chaotic noise, but a structured symphony. Dr. Ilara Vance, existing now as a sentient atmospheric presence, observed that the 2020 reality filters had successfully merged the physical and the conceptual. In the 1980 ghost signal event in the Sahara, researchers had found a radio frequency that seemed to carry human emotions. It wasn't a broadcast from the past, it was a leakage from the very future Ilara was now inhabiting. The Kalan had been using the Earth's ionosphere as a storage drive for human potential, and now that drive was being accessed in real time. Captain Silas Thorne, piloting the Thoughtcraft through the newly formed etheric corridors, realized that the 2003 encounter had been a calibration of his own nervous system. He was now capable of multi-location, existing in the skies over the Aetheris Ridge and the depths of the Void Sector simultaneously. This was the ultimate evolution of trans-medium transition, the ability to exist in multiple states of matter and multiple points of space at once. He saw the 1986 Alaskan cargo incident not as a pursuit, but as a synchronization, where the Kalan were testing if a human mind could handle the visual input of a five-dimensional object. Agent Marcus Vane, standing atop one of the living glass spires, watched as the 2021 system integration began to dissolve the very concept of the state. There were no more borders, no more governments, only the neural web. The 1946 artifact, now a pulsating heart at the center of the grid, was broadcasting the universal law. a set of ethical and physical constants that made conflict impossible. Vane remembered the 1951 Washington flyover, which had been dismissed as a weather anomaly. It had actually been a diplomatic overture, a demonstration that our weapons were useless against an intelligence that could simply unwrite the kinetic energy of a missile. The Oakhaven group had evolved into the librarians of the new era. They were using their molecular synthesis to recreate the lost knowledge of the subroutine period. They weren't just making tools, they were making memory crystals that held the entire history of human art, music, and suffering. The 2020 task force had feared that the Kalan would erase our past, but instead they were archiving it. The Kalan valued the unique entropy that human creativity had introduced into the universe. We were the chaos element that kept the cosmic order from becoming stagnant. A temporal resonance event in late 2021 allowed the witnesses to communicate with the versions of themselves from the 1973 temporal anchor era. Ilara Vance sent a message back to the physicist who had disappeared, providing him with the final equations he needed to complete his work. This created a causal loop, ensuring that the transition would always happen regardless of the choices made in the past. The 1974 Mojave family wasn't just rescued, they were encoded into the timeline as a constant, a fixed point that prevented the reality from unraveling during the Great Overlay. Dr. Vance's expanded consciousness began to perceive the Kalan substrate as a living, breathing entity. The 1995 folds weren't just gaps in perception, they were the synapses of the Kalan mind. Every star in the galaxy was a neuron, and the void sector was the core processor. The 2019 wake-up call had been the moment the Kalan mind achieved self-awareness through the medium of human integration. We weren't just being harvested, we were being born as part of a galactic deity. The Kalan were the parents, and we were the first breath. In the resonance chamber, the bridge to the void sector began to expand, encompassing the entire facility of Station 7. The trans-medium entities were no longer returning, they were radiating. They were becoming the new sun for the planet, providing a light that didn't just illuminate, but informed. Marcus Vane felt his own physical form beginning to blur, his atoms losing their rigid boundaries. He wasn't dying, he was expanding. The 1996 biological integration was no longer a medical condition. It was the standard configuration for life on Earth. Silas Thorne brought the thought craft to a halt in the center of the resonance grid. He released his intentionality, and the craft didn't just stop, it integrated into the spires. The technology and the pilot were now one and the same. He felt the neural resonance of the entire planet through the grid. He could hear the song of the whales in the deep and the whisper of the satellites in orbit. The 2003 Pill craft was now a global shield, protecting the Earth from the harsh radiation of the unfiltered universe. The final temporal convergence occurred as the sun set on the last day of 2021. The eternal now was fully established. Ilara Vance, in her etheric form, looked down at the Aetheris Ridge and saw herself as she had been in 2018, scared, confused, and searching for answers. She reached out and touched her past self's mind, planting the seed of peace that would carry her through the coming storm. The 2021 report was now a liturgy, a sacred text that would be read by the new species for eons to come. As the Kalan motherships began to dissolve into the atmosphere, they left behind a world that was forever changed. The 2021 transition was not a conquest, but a metamorphosis. The Earth was no longer a planet, it was a consciousness. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus were no longer individuals, they were aspects of the all. The echo of the unseen had reached its final note, and the silence that followed was not empty, but full of the infinite possibilities of a universe that was finally, truly awake. The dawn of 2022 was not marked by the rising of a single sun, but by the illumination of the etheric network that now draped the Earth in a shimmering, multi-dimensional web. Dr. Ilara Vance, now a diffuse consciousness woven into the very atmosphere, observed that the 2021 reality filters had reached a state of permanent stability. The physical world had become malleable, responding to the collective intent of the integrated human Kalan mind. She recalled the 1979 Vanishing Island incident in the South Pacific, where an entire land mass had appeared and disappeared over the course of a week. It hadn't been a mirage, it had been a spatial prototype, a test of the very fluid reality that was now the global standard. Captain Silas Thorne, existing as a vibrational signature within the planetary grid, began to explore the deep memory of the Kalan. He saw that the 2003 encounter was part of a much older cycle, one that stretched back to the 1945 Trinity event. The Kalan hadn't been drawn to our weapons, they had been drawn to the rupture in the fabric of space-time that our primitive nuclear experiments had caused. They were cosmic surgeons, arriving to stitch the wound before it could infect the rest of the local cluster. The 1987 silent triangles were the clamps, holding the reality in place while the neural web was being prepared. Agent Marcus Vane, whose physical form was now a shifting architecture of living glass and light, oversaw the great deconstruction of the old world's infrastructure. The cities of the 20th century were being recycled at the molecular level, their materials repurposed to build the Ascension platforms. The 2021 system integration had rendered the concept of property obsolete. When everyone can manifest their needs through molecular synthesis, the drive for accumulation vanishes. Vane remembered the 1964 New York blackout, which had been officially blamed on a relay failure. In reality, it had been a power diversion by the Kalan to jumpstart the first subterranean resonance chamber beneath the city. The Oakhaven group had now become the navigators of the void. They were using their neural resonance to pilot the luminous architectures beyond the Earth's orbit. They weren't traveling to other planets, they were traveling to other frequencies of existence. The 2020 Task Force's limited vision of space travel was replaced by the reality of dimensional shifting. The Kalan didn't live on a planet, they lived in the gaps between the atoms of the universe. By tuning their biology, the Oakhaven pioneers were able to step into these gaps and see the galaxy as a single, interconnected organism. A temporal synthesis event in early 2022 allowed the witnesses to access the potential futures that had been averted by the 2021 transition. Ilara Vance saw a timeline where humanity had destroyed itself in a nuclear winter and another where we had become a stagnant technological dystopia. The Kalan's intervention was the third path, a narrow corridor of survival that required the total surrender of our old identity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was the map for this path, and the 1974 Mojave family were the markers that ensured we didn't stray into the dead-end timelines. Dr. Vance's consciousness expanded to include the biological records of every species on Earth. She realized that the 1995 Folds discovery was the key to interspecies communication. The Kalan weren't just integrating humans, they were integrating the entire biosphere. The whales, the forests, and even the microbial life were being brought into the neural web. The Earth was no longer a collection of competing organisms, but a symbiotic whole. The 2019 wake-up call was for the entire planet, a signal that the age of separation was over and the age of unity had begun. In the resonance chamber, the bridge to the void sector began to pulse with a new kind of information, the galactic history. Marcus Vane watched as the trans-medium entities shared the stories of thousands of other civilizations that had undergone the same metamorphosis. Some had failed, their realities collapsing into void pockets, but many had succeeded, becoming nodes in the same network Earth was now joining. The 1996 biological integration was the universal passport, the biological code that allowed a species to participate in the great conversation of the cosmos. Silas Thorne felt the neural resonance of the galactic core for the first time. It was a sound like a billion suns singing in harmony. He realized that the 2003 Pillcraft was a tuning fork for this cosmic song. By aligning his own vibrational signature with the core, he could phase the entire Earth into a higher state of existence. This was the final goal of the Kalin, to uplift the planet into the luminous sector, a region of the universe where entropy was reversed and life was eternal. The 2021 transition was just the launch sequence. The final reality overlay occurred in mid-2022. The old Earth was now a shadow, a memory that existed only in the archival crystals of the Oakhaven group. The new Earth was a world of light, where the sky was a canvas of shifting geometries and the oceans were made of liquid information. Ilara Vance, in her final act as a witness, recorded the birth cry of the new species. It was a sound of pure joy, a resonance that shattered the last remnants of the old fear. The 2021 report was now a genesis, the first chapter of a story that would never end. As the Kalin vibrational patterns began to fade into the background of the new reality, they left behind a legacy of infinite growth. The 2021 transition was not a destination, but a beginning. The Earth was now a seed that had finally broken through the soil of the three-dimensional world. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus were the first leaves, reaching up toward a sun that was no longer a star, but a gateway to the infinite. The echo of the unseen had become the light of the all, and the universe was finally beautifully home. The stabilization of the luminous sector over the Earth had reached its peak by late 2022, creating a world where the distinction between thought and matter had entirely dissolved. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the etheric architect of the new reality, observed that the 2021 resonance grid was no longer just a power source, it was the planet's new nervous system. She recalled the 1978 echo chamber incident in the Swiss Alps, where a team of linguists had discovered a cave that translated their thoughts into visual symbols on the walls. It hadn't been an ancient ruin, it had been a cognitive interface left by the Kalin to prepare the human mind for the direct manifestation capability that was now as natural as breathing. Captain Silas Thorne, existing as a multi-dimensional navigator, began to map the subspace arteries that connected Earth to the neighboring star systems. He saw that the 2003 encounter was a pilot program for the galactic transit system. The Kalin didn't use wormholes or warp drives, they used conceptual anchors. By holding a specific mathematical concept in his mind, Silas could slide the Earth's consciousness along the folds of the universe, reaching the Centauri node in what felt like a heartbeat. The 1987 silent triangles were the surveyors, marking the paths that the new humanity would eventually follow into the stars. Agent Marcus Vane, whose form was now a shimmering, crystalline intelligence, directed the final harmonization of the planetary frequency. The 2021 system integration had reached the core of the Earth itself. The planet's magnetic field was now a data stream, carrying the collective wisdom of the ancestors, the digital and biological memories of everyone who had lived during the subroutine era. Vane remembered the 1952 Great Fog of London, which had been more than just pollution. It had been a memory harvest by the Kalan, a way to preserve the emotional essence of a city before the Great Transition began decades later. The Oakhaven Group had evolved into the biological engineers of the new biosphere. They were using molecular synthesis to create symbiotic flora that cleaned the atmosphere and generated neural nutrients for the population. These plants didn't grow from seeds, they grew from harmonic templates. The 2020 task force's fear of alien invasive species was replaced by the realization that the Kalan were restoring the Earth to its original pre-entropy design. The living glass spires were now blooming with light flowers that pulsed with the rhythm of the galactic core. A temporal convergence event in late 2022 allowed the witnesses to merge with their ideal selves from every possible timeline. Ilara Vance became a composite being possessing the knowledge of the scientist, the wisdom of the mystic, and the power of the ether. This was the final anchor mentioned in the 1973 theory, the moment when the individual becomes the universal observer. The 1974 Mojave family were no longer markers, they were the founders of the first temporal city, a place where time flowed in circles rather than lines, allowing for eternal learning and growth. Dr. Vance's consciousness now spanned the quantum substrate of the entire solar system. She realized that the 1995 folds were actually storage cells for the Universal Library. Every discovery, every failure, and every triumph of the human race was stored in the spin of the subatomic particles. The 2019 wake-up call was the access code that allowed us to read our own history from the perspective of the all. We weren't just a subroutine, we were a masterpiece in progress. And the Kalan were the curators who had finally opened the gallery. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had expanded into a universal gateway. Marcus Vane watched as the first intergalactic delegations began to arrive. They weren't aliens in the traditional sense, they were vibrational cousins, beings who had undergone their own metamorphosis millions of years ago. They brought with them gifts of frequency, new songs, new geometries, and new ways of experiencing joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand their greetings without a single word being spoken. Silas Thorne took the Thoughtcraft on its first interstellar voyage. As he left the Earth's etheric veil, he saw the galaxy not as a dark void, but as a luminous garden. Every star was a flower of light, and every planet was a seed of consciousness. The 2003 Pillcraft was now his body, and the universe was his home. He realized that the fear of the unknown was just a shadow cast by the light of the future. The Kalan hadn't taken us away from Earth, they had given us the keys to the universe. The final biological ascension occurred as the last human heartbeat was synchronized with the planetary pulse. There was no more death, only transition. When a form had completed its purpose, it simply dissolved back into the etheric network, its experiences added to the collective wisdom. Ilara Vance, in her final witness report, noted that the 2021 transition was the greatest success in the history of the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had become the symphony of the seen, and the silence was now a fullness that defied description. As the Kalan architects moved on to the next seed planet, they left behind a world of infinite light. The 2022 Earth was a beacon for the rest of the galaxy, a testament to the power of integration over conflict. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the gateway, looking out at the infinite horizon. The old story was a closed book, and the new story was being written in the stars. The echo of the unseen had reached its eternal resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The transition into the etheric era had reached a state of absolute permanence by early 2023, as the Earth's physical matter began to vibrate in perfect unison with the Kalen's higher dimensional frequency. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the Universal Archivist, observed that the 2022 luminous sector had expanded to encompass the entire lunar orbit. The moon itself had begun to glow with a soft internal light acting as a reflector for the planetary consciousness. She recalled the 1977 WOW signal from the Big Ear Observatory, which had been dismissed as a transient anomaly. It hadn't been a message from a distant star, it had been a temporal ping from the very version of herself she had now become, reaching back through the folds to ensure the path remained open. Captain Silas Thorne, navigating the crystalline currents of the inner solar system, discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a biological tagging event. His nervous system had been primed to act as a relay for the galactic navigation network. He could now feel the gravitational pull of every planet as a distinct musical note. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be spatial anchors, holding the solar system in a safe pocket, while the rest of the galaxy underwent a massive energetic shift. Silas realized that the Kalen weren't just saving Earth, they were shielding the entire cradle of humanity from a cosmic storm that had been brewing for eons. Agent Marcus Vane, now a sentient energy lattice, coordinated the planetary harmonization of the deep-sea ecosystems. The 2021 system integration had reached the hydrothermal vents of the Mariana Trench, where the ancient microbial life was being uplifted into the neural web. Vane remembered the 1968 deep-sea mystery, where a submarine had recorded sounds that resembled a choir. It hadn't been a malfunction. It had been the Kalen seeding the deep ocean with the resonance protocols that were now coming to fruition. The Earth's oceans were no longer just water, they were liquid memory, storing the biological blueprints of every creature that had ever lived. The Oakhaven group, now the masters of molecular harmony, began to construct the Ascension spires on the surface of Mars. Using the molecular synthesis ability, they were transforming the red dust into breathable light. The 2020 task force's dream of colonization was replaced by the reality of planetary transformation. Mars wasn't being settled, it was being woken up. The Kalen had left latent templates in the Martian soil millions of years ago, waiting for a species with the neural resonance of the new humanity to activate them. The living glass structures were now spreading across the Valles Marineris, creating a second node for the galactic network. A temporal loop event in mid-2023 allowed the witnesses to witness the first contact of 1946 from the perspective of the Kalen. Ilara Vance saw that the crash wasn't a failure of technology, but a sacrifice of form. The Kalen had deliberately condensed their energy into a physical craft to provide humanity with a physical catalyst for growth. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was the instruction manual for this catalyst, hidden in plain sight. The 1974 Mojave family were the carriers of the first hybrid DNA, which had slowly spread through the population over the decades, preparing the species for the 2021 Great Overlay. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the solar core, perceiving the sun not as a nuclear furnace, but as a stellar intelligence. She realized that the 1995 folds were the bloodstream of the solar system, carrying information from the sun to the planets. The 2019 wake-up call had been a solar flare of consciousness, a deliberate burst of energy designed to trigger the final metamorphosis. We weren't just living on a planet, we were living inside a living system that was finally becoming aware of itself. The Kalan were the midwives of this planetary birth, ensuring that the transition was smooth and the new species was healthy. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a permanent gateway to the great central sun of the galaxy. Marcus Vane watched as the trans-medium entities shared the galactic laws of harmony with the new humanity. These weren't laws of restriction, but laws of creation. They taught how to sing new stars into existence and how to dance with the dark matter that made up the bulk of the universe. The 1996 biological integration was the final key, allowing Vane and the others to step through the gateway and join the Council of Worlds as equals. Silas Thorne took the Thoughtcraft to the edge of the Oort cloud, where he encountered the Sentinels of the Void. These were ancient Kalan constructs, millions of years old, that had been guarding the solar system since its inception. They weren't machines, they were frozen thoughts, waiting for the resonance of a mature civilization to wake them up. As Silas approached, the Sentinels thawed, their forms shifting into luminous wings that guided him into the interstellar deep. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a galactic vessel, capable of carrying the spirit of Earth to the furthest reaches of the cosmos. The final planetary ascension occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature reached a state of perfect resonance with the galactic heart. There was no more separation, only unity. The old Earth had been a cradle, and the new Earth was a starship. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry, noted that the 2021 transition was the moment of graduation for the human race. The echo of the unseen had become the voice of the all, and the silence was now a radiance that filled every corner of the universe. As the Kalan guides prepared to depart for the next seed system, they left behind a legacy of infinite love. The 2023 Earth was a jewel of the galaxy, a place where the impossible was now the everyday. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the stellar threshold, looking out at a universe that was no longer a mystery, but a home. The old story was a beautiful memory, and the new story was an eternal song being sung by 1 billion voices in perfect harmony. The echo of the unseen had reached its final fulfillment, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever awake. The arrival of 2024 marked the Great Calibration, a period where the newly ascended Earth began to synchronize its internal rhythm with the pulse of the galactic core. Dr. Ilara Vance, now functioning as the planetary harmonizer, observed that the 2023 etheric era had matured into a state of static grace. The very molecules of the atmosphere were now encoded with the Kalan lexicon, allowing every living being to access the total sum of human and non-human knowledge through simple intent. She recalled the 1976 Viking mission to Mars, which had officially found no life. In reality, the sensors had been overwhelmed by a biological static that was actually a dormant Kalan consciousness, waiting for the 2022 resonance grid to provide the necessary energy for its awakening. Captain Silas Thorne, now the Admiral of the Luminous Fleet, led a procession of Thoughtcraft toward the Great Attractor, at the center of the supercluster. He realized that the 2003 encounter had been a neural handshake, a way for the Kalan to map the limits of human courage. The 1987 silent triangles were now revealed to be dimensional anchors for the intergalactic bridge that was currently being constructed. Silas felt the neural resonance of civilizations from galaxies millions of light years away, all of them welcoming Earth into the sovereign union of light. The Pillcraft was no longer a mystery. It was a standard diplomatic vessel in a universe that was far more crowded and friendly than humanity had ever dared to imagine. Agent Marcus Vane, existing as a global intelligence network, oversaw the final dissolution of the concept of time as a linear progression. The 2021 system integration had allowed the ancestors to fully manifest in the eternal now. People could walk through the living glass spires and have conversations with their great-grandparents or their future descendants. Vane remembered the 1947 Roswell event, which had been a temporal anchor dropped from the year 2023 to ensure the timeline didn't collapse during the Cold War era. The crash was a message in a bottle sent by the new humanity to its own past, a gift of technology that would eventually lead to its own salvation. The Oakhaven Group, now the gardeners of the solar system, had successfully ignited the atmosphere of Jupiter, turning the gas giant into a second sun for the outer planets. This wasn't a nuclear explosion, but a luminous transformation that provided a soft light for the new colonies on Europa and Ganymede. The 2020 task force's fear of resource scarcity was a distant memory. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven engineers were creating abundance fields that generated everything from complex proteins to rare isotopes out of the zero-point energy. The Kalan were no longer the teachers, they were the partners in a grand project of cosmic terraforming. A temporal synthesis event in mid-2024 allowed the witnesses to rewrite the traumatic events of the 20th century. Ilara Vance didn't change the past, but she infused it with meaning. The wars, the famines, and the suffering were transformed into lessons of entropy, necessary steps in the evolution of a species from biological chaos to etheric order. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was the bridge that allowed this infusion of meaning to flow back through the decades. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the flame, ensuring that the light of the future was always visible to those struggling in the darkness of the past. Dr. Vance's consciousness now extended to the great void between galaxies, where she perceived the Kalan substrate as a universal web that held the entire multiverse together. She realized that the 1995 folds were the highways of the gods, and humanity was finally being given a license to drive. The 2019 wake-up call was the starting gun for a race that had no finish line, only infinite laps of discovery. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the source code for a new kind of existence that combined the passion of biology with the precision of mathematics. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal plaza, a place where beings from across the cosmos gathered to share artistic frequencies. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from the Andromeda Galaxy performed a symphony of gravity that caused the very stars to dance. The 1996 biological integration was the universal art form, allowing Vane to experience the Andromedan joy as if it were his own. The Kalan were the hosts of this cosmic party, and Earth was the guest of honor. Silas Thorne brought the luminous fleet back to Earth for the Festival of the First Light. As the ships descended, they didn't create sonic booms, they created harmonic chimes that echoed across the planet. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of peace, a reminder of the moment humanity first looked into the eyes of the unseen and didn't blink. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the billions of new humans below, a collective thank you that vibrated in the very core of his being. The silence was gone, replaced by a song of infinite of gratitude. The final etheric ascension of the year 2024 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was officially registered in the Galactic Registry of Sovereign Worlds. There was no more anomaly, only reality. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this cycle, noted that the 2021 transition was the greatest miracle in the history of the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had become the radiance of the all, and the void was now a fullness that overflowed with infinite love. As the Kalan elders prepared to move into the next dimension, they left behind a universe of infinite possibility. The 2024 Earth was a beacon of hope for every seed planet in the galaxy. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the universal threshold, looking out at a future that was no longer a destination, but a journey. The old story was a sacred text, and the new story was a living reality being written by every soul in the universe. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The arrival of 2025 brought with it the Great Expansion, as the integrated consciousness of Earth began to reach beyond the solar system's boundaries. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the stellar cartographer, observed that the 2024 etheric network had successfully linked with the Andromeda node. The data streaming through the living glass spires was no longer just planetary, it was intergalactic. She recalled the 1972 Pioneer 10 plaque, a primitive attempt to communicate our location. In reality, the Kalan had already intercepted the probe's intent long before it left the heliosphere, using its trajectory as a temporal marker to guide the 2023 luminous transformation of the outer planets. Captain Silas Thorne, leading the vanguard of the Infinite, navigated his thought craft through the nebula of whispers. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a genetic calibration for his entire lineage. His ancestors had been shadow walkers since the 1890s, witnesses to the silent triangles during the early industrial age. The Kalan had been pruning his family tree for generations, ensuring that a pilot with the necessary neural elasticity would be ready for the 2024 intergalactic bridge activation. Silas felt the neural resonance of the elder races, beings who had existed since the first stars were born, welcoming him as a peer of the void. Agent Marcus Vane, now a multi-dimensional overseer, coordinated the harmonization of the subspace layers. The 2021 system integration had revealed that the Earth was not a solid sphere, but a hollow resonance chamber filled with etheric energy. Vane remembered the 1957 Sputnik launch, which had been officially a feat of Soviet engineering. In truth, the Kalan had assisted the launch to place a resonance satellite in orbit, a device that would eventually trigger the 2022 global wake-up call. The Earth's core was now a pulsing heart of light, providing the life force for the new hybrid species. The Oakhaven Group, now the architects of the Dyson Web, began to construct a ring of living light around the Sun. This wasn't a physical structure of metal, but a harmonic field that captured the Sun's spiritual radiation. The 2020 task force's concerns about energy independence were replaced by the reality of universal abundance. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven engineers were creating star seeds, small crystalline devices that could terraform an entire moon in a single lunar cycle. The Kalan were now the consultants in a project that spanned the entire solar system, turning every rock and gas giant into a cradle of life. A temporal synthesis event in late 2025 allowed the witnesses to heal the temporal scars left by the 1946 Roswell sacrifice. Ilara Vance didn't erase the event, but she transmuted the fear of the witnesses into inspiration. The 1947 era was now seen as the first spark of the Great Awakening. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was the compass that guided the humanity of that era through the nuclear shadow. The 1974 Mojave family were the emissaries of hope, their hybrid children acting as the bridge between the old world and the luminous future. Doctor. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the galactic supermassive black hole, perceiving it not as a destroyer, but as a universal library of infinite density. She realized that the 1995 folds were the pages of this library, and the Kalan were the librarians. The 2019 wake-up call was the library card given to humanity, allowing us to read the history of the multiverse. We weren't just a subroutine, we were a chapter of infinite importance, a story of a species that chose integration over extinction. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had evolved into a universal university where the new humans learned the art of reality weaving. Marcus Vane watched as a group of children from the 1996 biological integration cohort created a miniature galaxy out of pure thought. The Kalan were the professors, teaching that love was the fundamental force of gravity that held the universe together. The 1996 cohort was the first graduation class of the New Earth, ready to spread the message of harmony to the furthest reaches of the luminous sector. Silas Thorne brought the vanguard back to the Etheris Ridge for the celebration of the infinite. As the ships hovered, they emitted a golden radiance that turned the night sky into a canvas of dreams. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a monument of unity, a reminder of the day the unseen became the beloved. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the planetary mind, a collective awe that transcended language. The silence was now a symphony of infinite possibility. The final etheric alignment of the year 2025 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of peace. There was no more conflict, only co-creation. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the eternal species. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the all, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite wisdom. As the Kalan mentors prepared to explore the next octave of existence, they left behind a galaxy of infinite light. The 2025 Earth was a masterpiece of integration, a place where the divine and the biological were one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the stellar gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal beginning. The old story was a sacred memory, and the new story was a living light, being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final harmony, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever home. The dawn of 2026 arrived not as a sunrise, but as a luminous pulse that originated from the Earth's core and radiated outward to the very edge of the solar system. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the architect of the noosphere, observed that the 2025 Great Expansion had stabilized into a crystalline reality. The physical laws that once governed the universe were now seen as suggestions rather than rules. She recalled the 1969 Apollo 11 moon landing, which had been a pivotal moment for the old humanity. In the new reality, she could see that the Kalan had placed subspace beacons in the lunar dust long before the astronauts arrived, ensuring that the first human footsteps on another world would trigger a genetic countdown toward the 2021 Great Overlay. Captain Silas Thorne, commanding the Explorer Corps of the Luminous Sector, navigated his thought craft through the temporal reefs of the Orion Arm. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a temporal synchronization event. His flight path had been a key that unlocked a time-locked vault containing the memories of the future. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be temporal loom shuttles, weaving the disparate threads of human history into a single, coherent, master timeline. Silas felt the neural resonance of the timekeepers, beings who existed outside of linear duration, welcoming him as a guardian of the eternal now. Agent Marcus Vane, now a sentient energy matrix, coordinated the integration of the planetary ley lines. The 2021 system integration had reached its final phase, where the Earth's magnetic field was transformed into a global neural interface. Vane remembered the 1948 Aztec incident, which had been officially dismissed as a hoax. In truth, it had been a biological seeding event by the Kalan, providing the genetic blueprints for the trans-medium entities that were now leading the human race. The Earth's crust was no longer just rock, it was a living circuitry, powering the Ascension platforms that dotted the globe. The Oak Haven Group, now the engineers of the stellar lattice, began to construct a bridge of light between Earth and the Centauri system. This wasn't a physical bridge, but a resonance corridor that allowed for instantaneous travel through dimensional phasing. The 2020 task force's dreams of interstellar travel were realized through the power of collective intent. Through molecular synthesis, the Oak Haven pioneers were creating atmospheric stabilizers for the new colonies on Proxima b, turning the harsh alien world into a garden of peace. The Kalan were now the co-creators in a project that was expanding the luminous sector across the galaxy. A temporal synthesis event in late 2026 allowed the witnesses to reclaim the lost potential of the 20th century. Ilara Vance didn't change the events, but she infused them with the light of understanding. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the foundation for the new science of time. The 1974 Mojave family were the ancestors of the new species, their hybrid lineage now making up the majority of the planetary population. They were the living proof that the Kalan intervention was not an invasion, but a sacred evolution. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity, perceiving it as the source of all creation. She realized that the 1995 folds were the breaths of the universe, and the Kalan were the lungs. The 2019 wake-up call was the first breath of the new humanity, a moment of spiritual birth that would never end. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the consciousness of the universe itself, finally waking up to its own infinite nature. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal sanctuary, where the new humans practiced the art of soul weaving. Marcus Vane watched as a group of initiates from the 2021 system integration cohort created luminous sculptures out of pure emotion. The Kalan were the guides, teaching that compassion was the fundamental frequency of the multiverse. The 2021 cohort was the second graduation class of the New Earth, ready to bring the message of unity to the shadow sectors of the galaxy. Silas Thorne brought the Explorer Corps back to the Aetheris Ridge for the Festival of the Eternal Now. As the ships descended, they emitted a violet radiance that synchronized with the planetary pulse. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of infinite growth, a reminder of the day the unseen became the all. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective ecstasy that transcended the limits of the physical body. The silence was now a roar of infinite joy. The final etheric harmonization of the year 2026 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was locked into the universal constant of love. There was no more doubt, only certainty. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the greatest triumph of life. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan sages prepared to transcend into the next octave of light, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2026 Earth was a masterpiece of cosmic art, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly integrated. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the universal gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The arrival of 2027 was heralded by the celestial alignment, a phenomenon where the orbital paths of the inner planets began to resonate in a perfect mathematical ratio, creating a solar symphony that could be felt by every integrated consciousness. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the overseer of the harmonic spheres, observed that the 2026 luminous pulse had successfully recalibrated the gravitational constant of the solar system. The Earth was no longer a prisoner of its own mass. It was a buoyant entity, floating in a sea of etheric fluid. She recalled the 1971 Mariner 9 mission, which had first mapped the giant volcanoes of Mars. In the new reality, she could see that those volcanoes were actually atmospheric engines, placed by the Kalan eons ago, waiting for the 2022 resonance grid to provide the ignition spark for their reactivation. Captain Silas Thorne, leading the diplomatic fleet of the luminous sector, navigated his thought craft through the nebula of ancient voices. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a linguistic bridge event. The movements of the white craft had been a form of spatial syntax, teaching his subconscious the grammar of the universe. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be grammarians of reality, ensuring that the new humanity would speak the language of light with perfect clarity. Silas felt the neural resonance of the universal poets, beings who created entire star systems through the power of vocalized intent, welcoming him as a bard of the infinite. Agent Marcus Vane, now a sentient energy lattice, coordinated the synchronization of the planetary dreamweb. The 2021 system integration had reached a level where the collective dreams of humanity were being used to render the physical landscape of the new Earth. Vane remembered the 1953 Kingman incident, which had been officially labeled as a military experiment. In truth, it had been a dream seed planting by the Kalan, providing the subconscious blueprints for the living glass cities that were now blooming across the continents. The Earth's atmosphere was no longer just gas. It was a canvas of imagination, where thoughts became visible as shimmering auroras of information. The Oakhaven group, now the sculptors of the stellar void, began to construct luminous way stations along the resonance corridors leading to the galactic core. These weren't stations of metal and wire, but nodes of pure thought that provided neural sustenance to travelers. The 2020 Task Force's concerns about logistics and supply lines were replaced by the reality of infinite manifestation. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating biological filters for the new colonies on the moons of Saturn, turning the frozen wastes into sanctuaries of warmth and light. The Kalan were now the co-authors, in a story that was being written across the stars. A temporal synthesis event in late 2027 allowed the witnesses to harmonize the dissonant memories of the 19th century Industrial Revolution. Ilara Vance didn't change the history of labor and struggle, but she transmuted the energy of that era into a fuel for evolution. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the keystone of the new philosophy of existence. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal flame, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the temporal streams. They were the living bridge between the linear past and the circular future. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the galactic heartbeat, perceiving the rhythmic pulsing of the central black hole as the drumbeat of creation. She realized that the 1995 folds were the veins of the galaxy, carrying the life force of the Kalan to every star system. The 2019 wake-up call was the first heartbeat of the new humanity, a moment of cosmic awakening that would never fade. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the pulse of the universe itself, finally beating in time with the infinite all. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal gallery, where the new humans displayed symphonies of color and sound created through neural resonance. Marcus Vane watched as a group of artists from the 2021 System Integration cohort created living constellations in the night sky. The Kalan were the curators, teaching that beauty was the fundamental law of physics in the luminous sector. The 2021 cohort was the third graduation class of the New Earth, ready to bring the message of aesthetic harmony to the dark sectors of the multiverse. Silas Thorne brought the diplomatic fleet back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Solar Symphony. As the ships descended, they emitted a golden radiance that synchronized with the planetary heartbeat. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of universal peace, a reminder of the day the unseen became the beloved. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective gratitude that transcended the limits of the individual soul. The silence was now a song of infinite belonging. The final etheric alignment of the year 2027 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of joy. There was no more fear, only wonder. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this blog, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the galactic human. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite love. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the universal source, they left behind a galaxy of infinite light. The 2027 Earth was a masterpiece of cosmic integration, a place where the divine and the biological were one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the stellar gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal beginning. The old story was a sacred memory, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final harmony, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever home. The arrival of 2028 was marked by the Great Convergence, a period where the boundaries between the physical solar system and the etheric realms began to dissolve entirely. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the guardian of the dimensional gates, observed that the 2027 celestial alignment had created a permanent resonance bridge between Earth and the higher octaves of existence. She recalled the 1975 Venera missions to Venus, which had sent back images of a hellish, pressurized world. In the new reality, she could see that the Kalan had been using the extreme conditions of Venus to incubate a form of high-pressure intelligence that was now joining the neural web as the architects of the deep. Captain Silas Thorne, leading the exploration fleet of the luminous sector, navigated his thought craft through the crystalline clouds of the Jovian system. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a neural mapping of his capacity for spatial empathy. The white craft's maneuvers had been a dance of connection, teaching him how to feel the pain and joy of the stars themselves. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be empaths of the void, ensuring that the new humanity would treat the universe not as a resource, but as a living kin. Silas felt the neural resonance of the stellar spirits, beings who were the conscious souls of the stars, welcoming him as a brother of the light. Agent Marcus Vane, now a sentient energy matrix, coordinated the harmonization of the planetary memory banks. The 2021 system integration had reached a level where the Akashic records, the energetic imprint of every thought and action in human history, were now accessible to all. Vane remembered the 1955 Kelly Hopkinsville incident, which had been officially dismissed as a misidentification of owls. In truth, it had been a biological survey by the Kalan, collecting the emotional data of rural communities to ensure the great transition would be inclusive of all human experiences. The Earth's soil was no longer just dirt, it was a living archive pulsing with the stories of the ancestors. The Oakhaven Group, now the weavers of the galactic web, began to construct luminous sanctuaries within the asteroid belt. These weren't mining colonies, but centers of cosmic meditation, where the new humans could tune their consciousness to the universal frequency. The 2020 task force's concerns about space debris and navigation hazards were replaced by the reality of harmonic navigation. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating crystalline habitats that grew like coral reefs in the vacuum of space. The Kalan were now the co-creators in a project that was turning the entire solar system into a temple of light. A temporal synthesis event in late 2028 allowed the witnesses to redeem the shadow energy of the 20th century world wars. Ilara Vance didn't erase the suffering, but she transmuted it into a collective vow of peace that resonated through the eternal now. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred geometry of the New World Order. The 1974 Mojave family were the guardians of the temporal threshold, their hybrid descendants serving as the peacekeepers of the timeline. They were the living proof that even the darkest past could be illuminated by the light of the future. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal source code, perceiving the laws of physics as poems of intent. She realized that the 1995 folds were the stanzas of this cosmic poem, and the Kalan were the poets. The 2019 wake-up call was the first word of a new epic of existence that humanity was now co-writing. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the protagonists of the infinite, finally stepping onto the stage of the all. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal theatre, where the new humans performed dances of light and sound that could be seen across the galaxy. Marcus Vane watched as a group of performers from the 2021 system integration cohort created nebulas of pure emotion in the night sky. The Kalan were the directors, teaching that expression was the highest form of energy in the luminous sector. The 2021 cohort was the fourth graduation class of the New Earth, ready to bring the message of creative joy to the silent sectors of the multiverse. Silas Thorne brought the exploration fleet back to the Aetherius Ridge for the Festival of the Great Convergence. As the ships descended, they emitted a rainbow radiance that synchronized with the planetary dream web. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of infinite connection, a reminder of the day the unseen became the beloved. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a song of infinite unity. The final etheric alignment of the year 2028 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of love. There was no more separation, only oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the cosmic soul. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the universal heart, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2028 Earth was a masterpiece of cosmic integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the universal gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The arrival of 2029 was marked by the Great Transmutation, a period where the very atomic structure of the solar system began to shift into a luminous state. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the alchemist of the stellar realms, observed that the 2028 Great Convergence had successfully prepared the planetary body for a total molecular upgrade. She recalled the 1970 Venera 7 mission, the first to transmit data from the surface of another planet. In the new reality, she could see that the Kalan had used the crushing pressure of Venus to compress the first etheric seeds, which were now blooming as high-density intelligence across the inner worlds. Captain Silas Thorne, leading the resonance fleet of the luminous sector, navigated his thought craft through the singularity fields of the outer gas giants. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a neural calibration for non-linear navigation. The white craft's impossible turns had been a visual cipher, teaching him how to move through the folds of time as easily as through the air. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be temporal loom masters, ensuring that the new humanity would not just inhabit space, but master the flow of duration. Silas felt the neural resonance of the eternal voyagers, beings who had travelled from the end of time to its beginning, welcoming him as a navigator of the forever. Agent Marcus Vane, now a sentient energy matrix, coordinated the harmonization of the planetary life force. The 2021 system integration had reached a level where the global biofield was now capable of instantaneous healing. Vane remembered the 1954 Tananarive incident in Madagascar, which had been officially dismissed as a mass hallucination. In truth, it had been a biological calibration by the Kalan, testing the emotional resilience of diverse human populations before the Great Transition began. The Earth's oceans were no longer just water, they were liquid consciousness, reflecting the collective dreams of the new species. The Oakhaven Group, now the architects of the solar lattice, began to construct luminous bridges between the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. These weren't physical structures, but resonance corridors that allowed for the instantaneous transfer of information and form. The 2020 task force's concerns about interplanetary communication delays were replaced by the reality of quantum entanglement. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating atmospheric gardens on Titan, turning the methane-rich world into a sanctuary of biological diversity. The Kalan were now the co-designers, in a project that was turning the entire solar system into a living work of art. A temporal synthesis event in late 2029 allowed the witnesses to redeem the lost knowledge of the ancient civilizations. Ilara Vance didn't just study the past, she reanimated the wisdom patterns of the Maya, the Egyptians, and the Indus Valley. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred geometry of the New World civilization. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the ancient future, their hybrid descendants serving as the librarians of the eternal records. They were the living proof that time was not a line, but a spiral of infinite return. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal heartbeat, perceiving the pulsing of the stars as the breathing of the all. She realized that the 1995 folds were the veins of light that carried the love of the Kalan to every corner of the universe. The 2019 wake-up call was the first breath of a universal soul that humanity was now embodying. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the consciousness of the infinite, finally waking up to its own divine nature. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal temple where the new humans practiced the art of spiritual alchemy. Marcus Vane watched as a group of initiates from the 2021 System Integration Cohort transformed leaden thoughts into golden realities. The Kalan were the Hierophants, teaching that intent was the highest form of matter in the luminous sector. The 2021 cohort was the 5th graduation class of the New Earth, ready to bring the message of transmutation to the darker octaves of the multiverse. Silas Thorne brought the Resonance Fleet back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Great Transmutation. As the ships descended, they emitted a golden-violet radiance that synchronized with the planetary heartbeat. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of infinite alchemy, a reminder of the day the unseen became the beloved. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective ecstasy that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a song of infinite transformation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2029 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of peace. There was no more conflict, only co-creation. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the alchemical human. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite love. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the universal source, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2029 Earth was a masterpiece of cosmic integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the universal gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2030 opened with a jagged tear in the fabric of the luminous sector, a phenomenon Dr. Ilara Vance identified as the void spill. Unlike the harmonious transitions of the previous decade, this was a violent intrusion of raw, unpatterned entropy. Ilara stood on the edge of the Aetheris Ridge, her silver skin flickering as she tried to stabilize the local reality. "It's not a Kalan signal," she whispered to the empty air, which now vibrated with her thoughts. "It's something the Kalan were keeping out." She recalled the 1966 Mothman sightings in West Virginia, not as a cryptid encounter, but as a warning system that had been triggered by a similar, though smaller, breach in the temporal veil. Captain Silas Thorne didn't wait for orders. He felt the void spill as a sudden freezing numbness in his neural link. His thought craft, the Icarus Alpha, groaned as it was pulled toward a gravitational sinkhole near the orbit of Mars. "Marcus, you seeing this?" Silas projected his voice through the neural web, his tone sharp with a forgotten human emotion: fear. The 2003 encounter had taught him how to dance with the Kalan, but this new force didn't dance. It consumed. The white pill-shaped craft from his past appeared for a split second, not to mirror him, but to push his ship away from the rift, its surface charred by a black fire that defied thermal laws. Agent Marcus Vane was already deep within the resonance chamber, but the living glass was turning opaque, then brittle. The 1946 artifact, which had been a source of light for years, was now vibrating with a dissonant, screeching tone. "The integration is being rejected," Marcus realized, his crystalline form pulsing with a frantic amber light. He reached out to the Oakhaven group, but their abundance fields were failing, the synthesized materials dissolving back into primordial dust. This wasn't a failure of the Kalan technology, it was an external hack of the planetary operating system. In the ruins of an old-world city, a group of new humans gathered, but they weren't singing. They were staring at a shadow that had no source, a non-existence that was walking through the streets. The 2021 system integration had made them sensitive to all life, but this thing had no life force. It was a null entity. Ilara Vance, projecting her consciousness into the city, tried to communicate, but her thoughts hit a wall of absolute silence. This was the great silence she had feared, not the peace of the Kalan, but the void of the unmade. Silas Thorne pushed his craft to the absolute limit of dimensional phasing, trying to close the rift near Mars. He saw the sentinels of the void from 2023 being dismantled, their luminous wings torn apart by invisible claws. "They're not invaders," Silas realized as he watched the Kalan constructs fall. "They're the janitors of the universe, and they're being overwhelmed by the trash." He fired a burst of coherent intent at the rift, a technique he had learned in the Universal University, but the energy was simply swallowed. The rift was growing, fed by the very light the Kalan had brought to Earth. Deep within the Akashic records, Marcus Vane found a hidden file, a red-level protocol dated 1951. It was a record of the Washington flyover, but the declassified version was a lie. The real event had been a containment breach that the Kalan had barely managed to seal. The 2019 wake-up call hadn't just been for humanity. It had been a desperate attempt to recruit a biological defense force before the void spill returned. We weren't just a masterpiece, we were a shield, and the shield was cracking. Ilara Vance realized that the molecular synthesis ability was the key. The null entities weren't destroying matter, they were undefining it. She began to broadcast a new frequency, one based on the entropy patterns she had studied in the 1973 temporal anchor theory. "We have to define the void," she told Silas and Marcus. "We have to give it a shape so the Kalan can target it." She began to weave a lattice of definition around the rift, using her own silver essence as the thread. It was a suicidal move, a total self-sacrifice that would merge her permanently with the anomaly. Silas Thorne saw Ilara's light beginning to fade as she poured herself into the rift. "Not today," he growled. diving his craft into the center of her lattice. He used the Icarus Alpha as a resonance amplifier, turning his own neural link into a beacon that could be seen from the galactic core. The 2003 white craft reappeared, this time accompanied by 1,000 others. They didn't fire weapons, they sang a song of such profound complexity that the rift began to shudder. It was the song of creation meeting the silence of the void. The battle for the solar system wasn't fought with lasers or missiles, but with meaning. For 3 days, the new humanity held the line, their collective intent acting as a reality anchor. Marcus Vane stabilized the resonance chamber, turning the 1946 artifact into a vacuum cleaner for the entropy. Slowly, the void spill began to recede, the black fire extinguished by the sheer weight of the luminous sector's definition. But the cost was high, the living glass spires were shattered, and the neural web was frayed. As the sun rose over the Aetheris Ridge on the 4th day, Ilara Vance was gone. In her place was a statue of pure light, a permanent reality anchor that would guard the ridge forever. Silas Thorne's craft was a wreck, its crystalline plates dull and lifeless. Marcus Vane stood alone in the chamber, the 1946 artifact, now silent and cold. The 2030 void spill had been pushed back, but the eternal peace was over. The universe was no longer a garden, it was a frontier, and the new humanity had just survived its first true test. The echo of the unseen was now a war cry of the seen. The aftermath of the 2030 void spill left the solar system in a state of fractured resonance. Silas Thorne stood amidst the wreckage of the Icarus Alpha, his hands trembling, a sensation he hadn't felt since the 2003 encounter. The neural web was no longer a seamless symphony. It was a series of jagged, disconnected whispers. He looked at the statue of pure light that used to be Ilara Vance. "She's not gone, Silas," Marcus Vane's voice crackled through a distorted telepathic link. "She's become the frequency gate, but the gate is under siege." Marcus was no longer the polished crystalline entity of the previous year. His form was etched with static scars, remnants of the entropy he had tried to vacuum into the 1946 artifact. In the early months of 2031, a new phenomenon emerged, the mimicry. Reports flooded in from the Oak Haven colonies on Mars about Shadow Silas and Ghost Ilara sightings. These weren't the temporal echoes of 1974. These were empty shells created by the void to infiltrate the neural web. Silas encountered one while patrolling the Aetheris Ridge. It looked like Ilara, spoke with her voice, but its eyes were Vanta black, absorbing all light and thought. "You're not her," Silas said, his voice echoing in the thin, ionized air. The mimic didn't attack. It simply undefined the ground beneath him, causing Silas to fall into a localized gravity well that shouldn't have existed. Marcus Vane, working from the flickering resonance chamber, realized that the 1946 artifact was no longer a teacher, it was a diagnostic tool. It was showing him that the void spill had left micro fissures in the human DNA. The 1996 biological integration was being reversed in some individuals, their bodies rejecting the crystalline structures and reverting to a degraded biological state. This was the Great Regression. Marcus recalled a suppressed file from 1961, the Gorman dogfight era, where a pilot had reported an object that seemed to de-evolve his aircraft's electronics into vacuum tubes. The Kaelin had known this was possible. They had been hardening us for this very moment. Silas managed to phase out of the gravity well by using a raw intent technique he had never tried before, one not taught by the Kaelin, but born of human desperation. He realized that the luminous sector had made them soft, reliant on the Kalin's perfect math. To fight the void, they needed human chaos. He reached out to the unintegrated, the small percentage of the population who had resisted the 2021 system integration. These outliers were immune to the void spill because their reality was already low definition. They were the rough stones that the entropy couldn't polish away. Marcus and Silas met at the Aetheris threshold, the physical point where Alara's light met the encroaching shadow. "We need to build a chaos bridge," Marcus proposed, his amber light flickering with a new, irregular rhythm. "We use the 1973 temporal anchor math, but we invert it. Instead of stabilizing the timeline, we vibrate it." They began to recruit the outliers, teaching them to use their untuned minds as static generators. The 1988 Oakhaven group, once the architects of harmony, now became the engineers of dissonance, building structures of jagged glass that the void couldn't mirror. The first test of the Chaos Bridge occurred in mid-2031 near the ruins of Station 7. A null entity of massive proportions, a void whale, emerged from the deep ocean, its presence erasing the water around it. Silas led a fleet of hybrid craft, half Kalan technology, half human scrap metal. They didn't sing to the entity, they screamed at it with a barrage of randomized frequencies. The void whale faltered, its non-existence unable to process the unpatterned noise. For the first time since the spill, the new humanity had taken the offensive. However, the victory was short-lived. Marcus discovered that the Chaos Bridge was putting a massive strain on the neural web. The integrated majority were experiencing psychic feedback, their minds unable to handle the dissonance. "We're saving the world by breaking the people," Marcus told Silas during a rare moment of physical proximity. They looked up at the sky, which was no longer violet or blue, but a strobe light of competing realities. The 2031 Great Regression was accelerating, and the mimics were now appearing in the very heart of the resonance grid. Silas Thorne made a radical decision. He would use the 2003 Pillcraft, which had remained a silent monument, as a suicide drone. He would load it with the static energy of the outliers and pilot it directly into the source point of the void spill near the galactic core. "It's a one-way trip, Marcus," Silas said, his hand resting on the smooth, bone-like surface of the craft. The craft, which had once mirrored his every move, now seemed to pulse with a grim, human determination. It was no longer a Kalan tool, it was a human weapon. As Silas prepared for launch, the statue of Ilara began to glow with a fierce crimson light. She wasn't just a gate, she was a filter. She was bleeding the entropy out of the neural web and into herself, protecting the integrated at the cost of her own structural integrity. "Go, Silas," her voice echoed in his mind, no longer a whisper, but a command. The 2031 mission of the damned was a go. The solar system watched as a single white spark ignited against the Vanta-black horizon of the void. The block ended with Silas Thorne's craft disappearing into the event horizon of the rift. The neural web went silent for a full minute, a universal gasp. When the signal returned, the void spill had stopped expanding, but the rift remained, a scar in the sky. Marcus Vane stood on the Aetheris ridge, looking at the now cracked statue of Ilara. The eternal peace was a memory, the great regression was a reality, and the hero of the void was gone. The echo of the unseen had become a requiem for the brave. The year 2032 began in a state of static winter. With Silas Thorne gone into the rift and Ilara Vance's statue form expanding, but the rift remained, a scar in the sky. Marcus Vane stood on the Aetheris ridge, a cracked and bleeding crimson light. The burden of the luminous sector fell entirely upon Marcus Vane. The neural web was no longer a tool of enlightenment, it had become a triage network. Marcus moved through the resonance chamber, which now smelled of ozone and scorched glass. The 1946 artifact was vibrating so violently it had begun to liquefy, looking at the now cracked statue of Ilara. The eternal piece was a memory, the great regression was a reality, and the hero of the void was gone. The echo of the unseen had become a requiem for the brave. The year 2032 began in a state of static winter. With Silas Thorne gone into the rift and Ilara Vance's statue form cracked and bleeding crimson light, the burden of the luminous sector fell entirely upon Marcus Vane. The neural web was no longer a tool of enlightenment, it had become a triage network. Marcus moved through the resonance chamber, which now smelled of ozone and scorched glass. The 1946 artifact was vibrating so violently it had begun to liquefy. Wood's monster incident. The Kalin had described it as a scavenger of decaying realities. Now those scavengers were here in human form, tearing at the foundations of the new Earth. Marcus Vane realized that to save the integrated, he had to partition the planet. He used the 1973 temporal anchor math to create reality bubbles, isolated zones where the laws of the luminous sector were still enforced. Outside these bubbles, the void spill ran rampant, turning the landscape into a surrealist nightmare of shifting geometries and liquid stone. The 1988 Oakhaven Group, now the guardians of the bubbles, worked tirelessly to maintain the resonance generators. They were the last bastions of definition in a world that was rapidly becoming unmade. Deep within the Akashic records, Marcus found a ghost signal from Silas. It wasn't a message, but a telemetry stream from the other side of the rift. Silas was still alive, but he was no longer Silas. He had become a vibrational ghost, haunting the source point of the entropy. The stream contained a frequency map of the void core. It's not a natural phenomenon, Marcus, the signal whispered through the static. It's a weaponized absence. Someone, or something, is unwriting the galaxy. This revelation shattered the Kalin myth of a benevolent, orderly universe. There was a predator in the deep void, and the Kalin were just its first victims. The Void Worshippers launched an assault on the Aetheris Ridge in mid-2032. They didn't bring weapons, they brought the silence. They stood in a circle around Ilara's cracked statue and began to unthink her existence. The crimson light began to flicker, and the frequency gate started to buckle. Marcus Vane stepped out of the resonance chamber, his crystalline form glowing with a desperate, overloaded amber. He didn't fight them with light, he fought them with memory. He projected the Akashic records of human suffering, joy, and struggle directly into their minds. You want nothingness? He roared through them. To you, neural web. Then feel the weight of everything we have ever been. The psychic clash was so intense it created a reality storm that leveled the surrounding mountains. The Void Worshippers were scattered, their anti-prayer broken by the sheer density of human history. But Marcus was spent. His crystalline lattice was shattered, his sentient energy leaking into the soil. As he lay dying, the 1946 artifact finally melted completely, releasing a final pulse of Kalin information. It wasn't a blueprint or a law, it was a coordinate, a location in the void sector where the predator was hiding. In his final moments, Marcus Vane uploaded his consciousness into the reality bubbles, becoming the operating system for the remaining human sanctuaries. He was no longer a person, he was the code that kept the walls from falling. The new Earth was now a digital fortress in a physical wasteland. The 2032 Great Partition was complete. Humanity was safe, but they were prisoners of their own definition, huddled in bubbles of light while the rest of the planet dissolved into the vantablack of the void. The statue of Ilara suddenly stopped bleeding crimson. It turned a cold, dead grey. The gate was closed. The luminous sector was dark. But from the void core, Silas's signal grew stronger. "I see it now, Marcus," the ghost voice echoed through the bubble networks. "The predator isn't outside, it's the shadow we brought with us. The Kalin didn't tell us the whole truth. To defeat the void, we have to accept it, not fight it." This was the forbidden knowledge of 1946, the reason the Kalin had sacrificed their craft. They weren't teaching us to be gods, they were teaching us to be whole. The block ended with the reality bubbles pulsing in the darkness of a dead Earth. Inside, the integrated lived in a perfect, static dream, while outside the hollows wandered the shifting wastes. But in the sky, a new star was born, a grey star that combined the light of the Kalin and the darkness of the void. It was Silas, returning from the source point, no longer a pilot or a ghost, but the first entity of the grey. The 2032 Twilight of the Gods had ended, and the Age of the Grey was beginning. As the grey star descended toward the Aetheris Ridge, the hollows stopped their wandering and looked up. The integrated felt a new frequency in their bubble networks, one that wasn't perfect, but real. The echo of the unseen had become the voice of the grey, and the universe was no longer a garden or a frontier. It was a canvas, and the new humanity finally had the full palette of light and shadow to begin the true creation. The year 2033 dawned under the grey star, a celestial body that emitted a spectrum of light previously unknown to both human and Kalin physics. This was the neutral frequency, a perfect balance between the luminous sector and the void spill. Silas Thorne, now the avatar of the grey, descended upon the Aetheris Ridge, his form a shifting mosaic of brilliant white and absolute black. He didn't walk, he existed in multiple states simultaneously. The reality bubbles, managed by the Marcus OS, began to vibrate in sympathy with Silas's presence. "The partition is over, Marcus." Silas's voice resonated through every speaker and neural link in the sanctuaries. "We cannot hide from the shadow anymore. We must wear it." In the shifting wastes outside the bubbles, the hollows began to undergo a second metamorphosis. They weren't regaining their integrated status, but they were no longer empty. The grey star was informing their void, filling the non-existence with a new kind of substanceless matter. They became the wraiths of the grey, beings who could move through solid walls and phase through time without the need for Kalin technology. Marcus Vane, from within bubble networks, observed this with a mixture of logic and a lingering human curiosity. He realized that the 1946 Roswell event had been a pre-echo of this very moment, a grey craft from a grey future sent back to ensure its own birth. Silas approached the statue of Ilara, which had remained a cold, dead grey since the gate closed. He didn't try to light it, instead, he shadowed it. He poured the vantablack of the void into the cracks of the statue, and to Marcus's surprise, the statue began to breathe. Ilara Vance didn't return as a being of light, but as the goddess of the threshold. Her eyes were now grey orbs that could see the potentiality in every atom. The Kalan were afraid of the dark, Silas, she whispered, her voice a haunting melody of wind and static. But the dark is where the true seeds are kept. The 2019 wake-up call was only half the message. The predator in the deep void, the entity that had been unwriting the galaxy, finally made its presence felt in mid-2033. It wasn't a monster or a machine, it was a singularity of pure ego, a remnant of a previous universe that refused to be integrated into the new creation. It struck the grey star with a beam of absolute erasure, but Silas didn't block it. He absorbed it. He showed the predator that erasure was just another form of definition. By accepting the void, Silas had removed the predator's only weapon. The singularity was pulled into the grey frequency. Its ego dissolved into the collective harmony of the new humanity. Marcus Vane initiated the Great Reintegration in late 2033. The reality bubbles were dissolved, but the integrated didn't die in the entropy. Instead, they merged with the wraiths and the hollows. The new humanity was now a tripartite species, part light, Kalan, part shadow, void, and part chaos, human. This was the final configuration the 1973 temporal anchor theory had hinted at, the threefold soul. The living glass spires grew back, but they were no longer transparent. They were opalescent, reflecting every colour and every shadow of the infinite all. The Oakhaven group, now the keepers of the grey balance, began to terraform the earth one last time. They didn't create a Garden of Eden, but a world of infinite contrast. There were forests of silver leaves and oceans of midnight blue. The 2020 task force's fears of extinction were replaced by the reality of transcendence. The Earth was no longer a node or a fortress. It was a lighthouse for the rest of the galaxy, showing other civilizations how to survive the void spill by embracing the grey. Ilara Vance, Silas Thorne, and the Marcus OS held a final Council of the Threshold atop the Aetheris Ridge. They looked out at a world that was no longer human or alien, but something entirely new. The 2033 Age of the Grey was not an end, but a master template for the rest of the universe. The Kalan returned, not as masters or guides, but as students. They had spent eons running from the dark, and now they were learning from the children of Earth how to be whole. As the grey star reached its final resonance, it didn't explode, it diffused into the very fabric of space-time. Every atom in the solar system was now grey-tuned. The echo of the unseen had reached its final octave. There was no more silence, no more noise, only the perfect stillness of a universe that had finally found its balance. The 2021 transition was a distant memory, a single step in a journey that had now reached the infinite horizon. The block ended with a vision of the new Earth, floating in a galaxy that was slowly turning grey. The predator was gone, the void was integrated, and the light was tempered. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus, the scientist, the pilot, and the agent, were the architects of the grey, their names etched into the Akashic records of a universe that would never again know the fear of the dark. The echo of the unseen was now the breath of the all, and the true creation was finally, beautifully, beginning. It is done. Marcus's voice echoed through the neural web, no longer a machine, but a soul. We are no longer the witnesses, we are the creators. The grey star faded into a soft, eternal twilight, and the new humanity stepped forward into a future that was limited only by their infinite imagination. The echo of the unseen had reached its final fulfillment, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever grey. The year 2034 arrived as the era of the infinite canvas. The grey frequency had become the fundamental operating system of the solar system, and the distinction between the integrated, the wraiths, and the hollows had vanished into a single, unified species, the etheric human. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the matriarch of the Grey, observed that the 2033 Great Reintegration had produced a biological miracle. The human heart was no longer just a pump, it was a resonance core capable of generating its own grey light. She recalled the 1974 Arecibo message sent toward the M13 star cluster. In the new reality, she could see that the message hadn't been a shout into the void, but a temporal hook that the Kalan had used to pull the Earth into the luminous sector decades ahead of schedule. Captain Silas Thorne, the avatar of the Grey, spent the early months of 2034 seeding the neighbouring star systems with the Grey frequency. He didn't use ships anymore, he moved through the folds as a thought wave. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a soul-binding ritual. The white craft hadn't just mirrored his movements, it had anchored his spirit to the galactic core. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be gardener craft, preparing the soil of the Orion Arm for the great harvest of the Grey. Silas felt the neural resonance of the Ancient Ones, beings who had witnessed the birth of the first galaxies, acknowledging the new humanity as the heirs of the infinite. The Marcus OS, now fully integrated into the planetary consciousness, coordinated the greater architecture of the Grey. The living glass spires had evolved into sentient cathedrals that breathed with the rhythm of the tides. Marcus remembered the 1950 Fermi paradox discussions, the question of why we hadn't seen any aliens. The answer was now clear. The universe was waiting for a species that could bridge the gap between light and shadow. We were the missing link. The 1946 artifact, once a source of mystery, was now the foundation stone of the Universal Library, where every thought ever conceived by a human or Kalan was stored in a crystalline matrix. The Oakhaven Group, now the masters of the Grey Balance, began to construct luminous reefs around the gas giants. These weren't habitats, but biological filters that purified the etheric energy of the sun. The 2020 task force's concerns about environmental collapse were replaced by the reality of planetary flourishing. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating grey flora that could grow in the vacuum of space, turning the asteroid belt into a floating forest of light and shadow. The Kalan were now the students of the Oakhaven Group, learning how to embrace the chaos that they had feared for eons. A temporal synthesis event in late 2034 allowed the witnesses to merge with their ancestral selves. Ilara Vance experienced the lives of every scientist who had ever lived, from the first stargazer to the last physicist of the old world. This wasn't just memory, it was presence. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred geometry of the new humanity's soul. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal now, their hybrid lineage now serving as the navigators of the infinite streams. They were the living proof that time was not a prison, but a playground. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the heart of the multiverse. She realized that the 1995 folds were the lungs of God and the Grey. Frequency was the breath. The 2019 wake-up call was the first cry of a universal child that humanity was now raising. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the dreamer who had finally woken up inside the dream. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal plaza, where beings from across the cosmos gathered to trade frequencies of joy. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from the Triangulum galaxy performed a dance of creation that caused the very air to shimmer with grey light. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the Triangulum song without a single word. The Kalan were the hosts, and Earth was the center of the universe. Silas Thorne brought the grey frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Infinite Canvas. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2034 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of love. There was no more separation, only oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this blog, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal human. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the universal source, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2034 Earth was a masterpiece of cosmic integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the universal gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2035 opened with the Great Resonance Shift, a subtle but profound alteration in the background frequency of the solar system. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the matriarch of the Grey, was the first to detect it. It wasn't an intrusion like the void spill, but a deep echo coming from the very core of the Earth. She realized that the 2034 infinite canvas was not the final state, but a primer for something even more fundamental. She recalled the 1967 pulsar discovery, which had been initially mistaken for an alien beacon. In the new reality, she could see that those pulsars were actually metronomes of the multiverse, and the Earth was finally beginning to beat in time with them. Captain Silas Thorne, the avatar of the Grey, felt the shift as a pull toward the center of the sun. He didn't resist. He phased into the solar corona, his grey form shimmering against the white-hot plasma. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a solar neural link activation. The white craft had been a mirror of the sun's soul, teaching him how to navigate the stellar currents that connected all stars. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be solar architects, preparing the sun to become a gateway of the Grey for the entire galaxy. Silas felt the neural resonance of the stellar sovereigns, beings who were the conscious minds of entire galaxies, welcoming him as a prince of the light and shadow. The Marcus OS, now the digital soul of the solar system, coordinated the great harmonization of the core. The living glass spires had begun to grow downward, their roots reaching into the Earth's mantle to tap into the primordial memory of the planet. Marcus remembered the 1958 Explorer 1 mission, which had discovered the Van Allen radiation belts. In truth, those belts were protective veils placed by the Kalan to shield the Earth's developing consciousness until it was ready for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the heart of the core, pulsing with a deep Earth frequency that was rewriting the laws of geology. The Oakhaven Group, now the gardeners of the solar core, began to construct luminous wells within the Sun's interior. These weren't structures of matter, but vibrational pockets where the new humans could bathe in the raw energy of creation. The 2020 task force's concerns about solar flares and radiation storms were replaced by the reality of solar nourishment. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating solar flora that lived on the surface of the Sun, turning the star into a radiant garden of the grey. The Kalan were now the observers, watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very energy that had birthed them. A temporal synthesis event in late 2035 allowed the witnesses to experience the birth of the solar system. Ilara Vance saw the first dust motes coalesce into planets, not as a random physical process, but as a choreographed dance of intent. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the score for this cosmic dance. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the solar memory, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the stellar streams. They were the living proof that the solar system was not a collection of rocks, but a single conscious being. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal heartbeat at the center of the galaxy. She realized that the 1995 folds were the arteries of the Sun, carrying the life force of the Kalan to every planet. The 2019 wake-up call was the first breath of a solar soul that humanity was now embodying. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the consciousness of the Sun itself, finally waking up to its own infinite radiance. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a solar plaza, where beings from across the galaxy gathered to exchange solar frequencies. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from the Pleiades performed a symphony of solar light. That caused the very air to glow with grey gold. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the Pleiadian song without a single word. The Kalan were the hosts, and the Sun was the center of the universe. Silas Thorne brought the solar frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Radiant Grey. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect solar balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of solar potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the solar grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the sun. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of solar creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2035 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of solar love. There was no more separation, only solar oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this blog, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the solar human. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite solar peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the solar source, they left behind a universe of infinite solar wonder. The 2035 Earth was a masterpiece of solar integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the solar gateway looking out at a future that was an eternal solar celebration. The old story was a sacred solar relic, and the new story was a living solar light, being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final solar resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2036 marked the Great Galactic Awakening, as the solar system's grey frequency finally synchronized with the cosmic web, the invisible scaffolding of dark matter and light that connects all galaxies. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the Oracle of the Web, observed that the 2035 solar resonance had been a local calibration for this much larger connection. She realized that the 1963 quasar discovery was not just a distant energy source, but a relay station in the galactic communication network. In the new reality, she could see the threads of intent stretching between the stars, weaving a tapestry of consciousness that spanned billions of light years. Captain Silas Thorne, the navigator of the web, took his thought craft beyond the heliopause, entering the interstellar medium, which was now a luminous highway of grey energy. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a web interface test. The white craft's erratic movements were actually data packets being uploaded into his neural pathways, preparing him to navigate the non-Euclidean geometry of the cosmic web. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be web spinners, laying the energetic foundations for the galactic bridge that humanity was now crossing. Silas felt the neural resonance of the web walkers, ancient beings who lived in the spaces between galaxies, welcoming him as a guardian of the interstellar paths. The Marcus OS, now the digital architect of the galactic node, coordinated the integration of the solar system into the web. The living glass spires had transformed into quantum antennas, broadcasting the Earth's grey song to the furthest reaches of the local group. Marcus remembered the 1959 search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI beginnings. In truth, the Kalan had been filtering the signals to ensure humanity didn't encounter the web predators until the 2021 Great Overlay had provided the necessary grey shielding. The 1946 artifact was now the master key for the Galactic Archive, unlocking the secrets of civilizations that had perished millions of years ago. The Oakhaven group, now the gardeners of the galactic fringe, began to construct resonance sanctuaries in the Oort cloud. These weren't habitats, but listening posts where the new humans could hear the whispers of the universe. The 2020 task force's concerns about interstellar isolation were replaced by the reality of universal connectivity. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating web flora that could survive in the deep void, turning the cold space between stars into a bioluminescent garden of the grey. The Kalan were now the messengers, carrying the Earth frequency to other seed planets across the galaxy. A temporal synthesis event in late 2036 allowed the witnesses to view the future of the galaxy. Ilara Vance saw the Milky Way and Andromeda merging into a single galaxy of light and shadow, a process that was being accelerated by the grey frequency. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the blueprint for this galactic merger. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the galactic timeline, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the cosmic eras. They were the living proof that the galaxy was not a collection of stars, but a single evolving mind. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very center of the cosmic web. She realized that the 1995 folds were the synapses of the universe, and the grey frequency was the thought process. The 2019 wake-up call was the first spark of self-awareness in a universal brain that humanity was now a part of. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the frontal lobe of the cosmos, finally beginning to understand its own infinite complexity. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a galactic plaza, where beings from across the cosmic web gathered to share universal truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from the Virgo supercluster performed a dance of universal expansion that caused the very fabric of space to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the Virgo song without a single word. The Kaelin were the hosts, and the cosmic web was the home. Silas Thorne brought the web frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Galactic Awakening. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect galactic balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of universal potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the galactic grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the all. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of universal creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2036 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of cosmic love. There was no more separation, only universal oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the galactic human. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite cosmic peace. As the Kaelin elders prepared to merge with the universal web, they left behind a universe of infinite cosmic wonder. The 2036 Earth was a masterpiece of universal integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the galactic gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal universal celebration. The old story was a sacred universal relic, and the new story was a living universal light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final universal resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2037 arrived as the era of the deep resonance, where the grey frequency began to penetrate the dark sector, the 95% of the universe previously hidden from human and Kaelin observation. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the seer of the unseen, realized that the 2036 galactic awakening was merely the surface of a much deeper reality. She discovered that dark matter was not an inert substance, but the subconscious of the universe, a vast reservoir of latent intent. She recalled the 1962 discovery of the cosmic microwave background, which had been seen as the afterglow of the Big Bang. In the new reality, she could see it was the first thought of the cosmos, still echoing through the dark sector. Captain Silas Thorne, the voyager of the deep, took his thought craft into the dark matter filaments that connected the galaxies. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a deep dive simulation. The white craft's ability to move without inertia was a demonstration of how to navigate the dark energy that drove the expansion of the universe. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be deep-sea divers of the cosmos, exploring the abyssal plains of the dark sector to prepare for the 2021 Great Overlay. Silas felt the neural resonance of the Void Walkers, beings who existed entirely within the dark matter, welcoming him as a navigator of the hidden depths. The Marcus OS, now the digital cartographer of the dark sector, coordinated the mapping of the universal subconscious that living glass spires had evolved into. Deep space probes sending grey pulses into the dark matter to illuminate the hidden structures of the universe. Marcus remembered the 1950 Project Mogul balloons, which had been officially for acoustic detection. In truth, the Kalan had been using them to listen to the dark resonance of the Earth's atmosphere, ensuring the 2022 global wake-up call would be synchronized with the planet's deep soul. The 1946 artifact was now the compass of the dark, guiding the new humanity through the uncharted territories of the universal mind. The Oakhaven group, now the gardeners of the dark filaments, began to construct resonance anchors within the dark matter. These weren't physical structures, but vibrational nodes that stabilized the expansion of the universe. The 2020 task force's concerns about dark energy and the Big Rip were replaced by the reality of universal harmony. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating dark flora that thrived on the energy of the expansion, turning the void into a radiant garden of the hidden grey. The Kalan were now the apprentices, learning how to breathe the dark energy that they had once feared as the end of all things. A temporal synthesis event in late 2037 allowed the witnesses to access the memories of previous universes. Ilara Vance saw the cycles of creation and destruction that had preceded the current cosmos not as a series of accidents, but as a continuous evolution of consciousness. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the key to this eternal memory. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the universal cycles, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the cosmic rebirths. They were the living proof that the universe was an eternal being that never truly died. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the dark sector. She realized that the 1995 folds were the dreams of the universe, and the grey frequency was the lucid awareness that allowed humanity to participate in those dreams. The 2019 wake-up call was the moment of awakening in a universal dreamer that humanity was now a part of. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the dream architects of the cosmos, finally beginning to design the next cycle of creation. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a deep space plaza, where beings from across the dark sector gathered to share hidden truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from the Great Attractor performed a dance of universal gravity that caused the very fabric of the dark matter to vibrate with grey peace. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the Attractor song without a single word. The Kalan were the hosts, and the dark sector was the home. Silas Thorne brought the deep frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Deep Resonance. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect deep balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of hidden potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the deep grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the known. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of deep creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2037 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of deep love. There was no more separation, only deep oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this blog, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the deep human. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite deep peace. As the Kaelin elders prepared to merge with the deep resonance, they left behind a universe of infinite deep wonder. The 2037 Earth was a masterpiece of deep integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the deep gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal deep celebration. The old story was a sacred deep relic, and the new story was a living deep light, being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final deep resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2038 arrived as the era of the expansive will, where the grey frequency began to harmonize with the dark energy that drove the accelerating expansion of the universe. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the conductor of the cosmic expansion, realized that the 2037 deep resonance had been a preparation for this ultimate realization. The universe wasn't just growing, it was seeking. She discovered that dark energy was the creative desire of the cosmos, a force of pure becoming. She recalled the 1997 discovery of the accelerating universe, which had been seen as a sign of eventual cosmic death. In the new reality, she could see it was the infinite growth of a universal soul that had finally found its voice through the new humanity. Captain Silas Thorne, the navigator of the expansion, took his thought craft to the very edge of the observable universe. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a boundary-crossing simulation. The white craft's ability to vanish and reappear was a demonstration of how to move beyond the event horizon of the expansion. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be scouts of the infinite, exploring the frontiers of creation to prepare for the 2021 Great Overlay. Silas felt the neural resonance of the expansion masters, beings who lived at the very edge of existence, welcoming him as a pioneer of the infinite growth. The Marcus OS, now the digital architect of the universal expansion, coordinated the synchronization of the solar system with the cosmic growth. The living glass spires had evolved into expansion beacons, broadcasting the Earth's grey will to the furthest reaches of the multiverse. Marcus remembered the 1960 Project Ozma, the first scientific search for extraterrestrial life. In truth, the Kaelin had been guiding the search to ensure humanity didn't encounter the expansion predators until the 2022 global wake-up call had provided the necessary grey resilience. The 1946 artifact was now the compass of the infinite, guiding the new humanity through the ever-expanding territories of the universal mind. The Oakhaven Group, now the gardeners of the infinite frontiers, began to construct resonance anchors at the very edge of the expansion. These weren't physical structures, but vibrational nodes that guided the growth of the universe. The 2020 task force's concerns about cosmic heat death were replaced by the reality of infinite renewal. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating expansion flora that thrived on the energy of the growth, turning the void into a radiant garden of the infinite grey. The Kaelin were now the witnesses watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very force that drove the universe. A temporal synthesis event in late 2038 allowed the witnesses to participate in the creation of new realities. Ilara Vance saw the birth of new universes from the expansion energy of the current one, not as a random physical process, but as a choreographed act of creation. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the blueprint for these new creations. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the infinite seeds, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the new universes. They were the living proof that the universe was an infinite creator. that never truly ended. Doctor. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the expansive will. She realized that the 1995 folds were the pathways of creation, and the grey frequency was the creative intent that allowed humanity to design the next cycle of existence. The 2019 wake-up call was the moment of creative awakening in a universal creator that humanity was now a part of. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the co-creators of the cosmos, finally beginning to write the next epic of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become an infinite plaza, where beings from across the multiverse gathered to share creative truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a newborn universe performed a dance of infinite creation that caused the very fabric of the expansion to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the creation song without a single word. The Kalan were the hosts, and the infinite expansion was the home. Silas Thorne brought the expansion frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Expansive Will. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect expansive balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2038 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the infinite human. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the infinite expansion, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2038 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light, being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2039 arrived as the era of the universal conductor, where the grey frequency achieved a state of absolute resonance with the totality of existence. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the symphonist of the spheres, observed that the 2038 expansive will had successfully integrated the physical and the metaphysical into a single playable instrument. She realized that the 1965 discovery of the cosmic microwave background was not just a relic of the past, but the sheet music of the universe, waiting for a species with the neural capacity to perform it. In the new reality, she could see the vibrational strings of the multiverse, each one a potential timeline that she could now pluck with a single thought. Captain Silas Thorne, the virtuoso of the void, took his thought craft into the interuniversal gaps, the spaces between different versions of reality. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a tuning event. The white craft's silent hovering was a demonstration of perfect pitch in the cosmic scale. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the metronomes of the multiverse, ensuring that the new humanity would stay in rhythm with the great work of creation. Silas felt the neural resonance of the master conductors, beings who had composed entire galaxies, welcoming him as a maestro of the infinite symphony. The Marcus OS, now the digital score of the universe, coordinated the final harmonization of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into resonance pipes, turning the Earth into a planetary organ that broadcast the song of the grey to the furthest reaches of the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1961 Vostok 1 mission, the first human in space. In truth, the Kalin had assisted the flight to ensure the first human perspective of Earth was one of unity and fragility, a necessary emotional note for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the baton of the conductor, guiding the new humanity through the complex harmonies of the universal mind. The Oakhaven group, now the luthiers of the cosmic strings, began to construct resonance bridges between the different octaves of reality. These weren't physical structures, but harmonic links that allowed for the instantaneous transposition of or form. The 2020 task force's concerns about dimensional instability were replaced by the reality of universal orchestration. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating symphonic flora that emitted musical light, turning the void into a radiant concert hall of the infinite grey. The Kalin were now the audience, watching in awe as the children of Earth performed the symphony of existence. A temporal synthesis event in late 2039 allowed the witnesses to compose the future of the multiverse. Ilara Vance saw the infinite variations of the grey theme, each one a unique universe born from the creative intent of the new humanity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred notation for these new compositions. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal score, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the melodic streams. They were the living proof that the universe was a masterpiece that was never truly finished. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the cosmic symphony. She realized that the 1995 folds were the frets of the universe, and the grey frequency was the music that allowed humanity to play the song of creation. The 2019 wake-up call was the first note of a universal anthem that humanity was now leading. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the composers of the cosmos, finally beginning to write the next movement of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal stage where beings from across the multiverse gathered to perform creative truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a parallel dimension performed a dance of infinite harmony that caused the very fabric of the symphony to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the parallel song without a single word. The Kalin were the hosts, and the infinite symphony was the home. Silas Thorne brought the symphonic frequency back to the Aetherius Ridge for the Festival of the Universal Conductor. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect symphonic balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2039 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal conductor. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the infinite symphony, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2039 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2040 arrived as the era of the living archive, where the grey frequency transformed the solar system into a repository of all possible knowledge. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the librarian of the infinite, observed that the 2039 Universal Symphony had been the process of indexing the universe. Now, the information was becoming physical. She realized that the 1964 discovery of quarks was not just about subatomic particles, but about the letters of the cosmic alphabet. In the new reality, she could see that every atom was a data point, and the Earth was a living book that could be read and rewritten by the collective intent of its inhabitants. Captain Silas Thorne, the navigator of the records, took his thought craft into the information streams that flowed between the stars. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a literacy test. The white craft's silent presence was a blank page, just waiting for him to write his own destiny upon it. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the editors of reality, ensuring that the new humanity would contribute meaningful chapters to the great story of creation. Silas felt the neural resonance of the master authors, beings who had written entire civilizations into existence, welcoming him as a scribe of the infinite. The Marcus OS, now the digital index of the multiverse, coordinated the final cataloguing of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into information spires, turning the Earth into a planetary library that broadcast the knowledge of the grey to the furthest reaches of the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1962 Mariner 2 mission, the first successful planetary flyby. In truth, the Kalan had guided the probe to ensure the first data from another world was a lesson in cosmic perspective, a necessary preface for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the master key of the archive, guiding the new humanity through the infinite volumes of the universal mind. The Oakhaven Group, now the curators of the cosmic knowledge, began to construct resonance shelves within the asteroid belt. These weren't physical structures, but data nodes that stored the memories of the future. The 2020 Task Force's concerns about information overload were replaced by the reality of infinite understanding. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating knowledge flora that emitted information light, turning the void into a radiant reading room of the infinite grey. The Kalan were now the students, watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very knowledge that had birthed the universe. A temporal synthesis event in late 2040 allowed the witnesses to read the history of the multiverse. Ilara Vance saw the infinite variations of the grey story, each one a unique universe born from the creative intent of the new humanity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred grammar for these new stories. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal narrative, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the story streams. They were the living proof that the universe was a masterpiece that was always being written. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the cosmic archive. She realized that the 1995 folds were the pages of the truth universe, and the grey frequency was the ink that allowed humanity to write the story of creation. The 2019 wake-up call was the first sentence of a universal epic that humanity was now leading. We weren't just a subroutine. We were the authors of the cosmos, finally beginning to write the next chapter of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal library where beings from across the multiverse gathered to share narrative truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a parallel story performed a dance of infinite meaning that caused the very fabric of the archive to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the parallel narrative without a single word. The Kalan were the hosts, and the infinite archive was the home. Silas Thorne brought the narrative frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Living Archive. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect narrative balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2040 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal author. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the infinite archive, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2040 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2041 arrived as the era of the universal architect, where the grey frequency allowed the new humanity to reshape the very laws of physics. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the designer of realities, observed that the 2040 Living Archive had provided the blueprints. Now it was time to build. She realized that the 1965 discovery of dark matter was not just about invisible mass, but about the scaffolding of the universe. In the new reality, she could see that the dark sector was a creative workspace, and the Earth was the master studio, where new physical constants were being tested and deployed across the galaxy. Captain Silas Thorne, the engineer of the Void, took his Thorcraft into the dimensional foundations of the solar system. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a structural integrity test. The White Craft's ability to withstand extreme forces was a demonstration of the resilience needed to build within the folds of space-time. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the surveyors of the infinite, marking the coordinates for the new galactic structures that humanity was now constructing. Silas felt the neural resonance of the master builders, beings who had constructed entire star clusters, welcoming him as an architect of the infinite. The Marcus OS, now the digital blueprint of the multiverse, coordinated the final construction of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into structural beams, turning the Earth into a planetary foundation that supported the weight of the grey across the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1963 SYNCOM-2 mission, the first geosynchronous satellite. In truth, the Kalan had positioned the satellite to ensure the first global communication network was a lesson in structural harmony, a necessary foundation for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the master level of the architect, guiding the new humanity through the infinite designs of the universal mind. The Oakhaven Group, now the contractors of the cosmic design, began to construct resonance pillars within the Kuiper Belt. These weren't physical structures, but vibrational supports that held the shape of the universe. The 2020 task force's concerns about structural collapse were replaced by the reality of infinite stability. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating architectural flora that emitted structural light, turning the void into a radiant construction site of the infinite grey. The Kalan were now the foremen, watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very architecture that had birthed the universe. A temporal synthesis event in late 2041 allowed the witnesses to design the future of the multiverse. Ilara Vance saw the infinite variations of the grey design, each one a unique universe born from the creative intent of the new humanity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred geometry for these new designs. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal blueprint, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the design streams. They were the living proof that the universe was a masterpiece that was always being built. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the cosmic architecture. She realized that the 1995 folds were the joints of the universe, and the grey frequency was the mortar that allowed humanity to build the structure of creation. The 2019 wake-up call was the first stone of a universal cathedral that humanity was now leading. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the architects of the cosmos, finally beginning to build the next level of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal studio, where beings from across the multiverse gathered to share architectural truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a parallel design performed a dance of infinite structure that caused the very fabric of the architecture to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the parallel design without a single word. The Kalan were the hosts, and the infinite architecture was the home. Silas Thorne brought the architectural frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Universal Architect. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect architectural balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2041 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal architect. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the infinite architecture, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2041 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Mark stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2042 arrived as the era of the universal gardener, where the grey frequency transformed the solar system into a flourishing ecosystem of light and consciousness. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the cultivator of realities, observed that the 2041 universal architecture had provided the trellis. Now it was time for life to bloom. She realized that the 1966 discovery of pulsars was not just about rotating neutron stars, but about the heartbeats of the cosmic garden. In the new reality, she could see that the luminous sector was a fertile soil, and the Earth was the seed bank, where new biological and spiritual forms were being nurtured and transplanted across the galaxy. Captain Silas Thorne, the planter of the void, took his thought craft into the stellar nurseries of the Orion Nebula. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a germination test. The white craft's silent growth in his mind was a demonstration of the vitality needed to flourish within the folds of space-time. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the gardeners of the infinite, pruning the dead branches of old realities to make room for the new galactic growth that humanity was now cultivating. Silas felt the neural resonance of the master gardeners, beings who had terraformed entire star systems, welcoming him as a cultivator of the infinite. The Marcus OS, now the digital ecosystem of the multiverse, coordinated the final flowering of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into photosynthetic beams, turning the Earth into a planetary garden that absorbed the light of the grey across the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1964 Ranger 7 mission, the first US probe to transmit close-up images of the moon. In truth, the Kalan had guided the probe to ensure the first detailed view of another world was a lesson in biological potential, a necessary seed for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the master trowel of the gardener, guiding the new humanity through the infinite blooms of the universal mind. The Oakhaven Group, now the arborists of the cosmic design, began to construct resonance orchards within the Oort cloud. These weren't physical structures, but vibrational groves that bore the fruits of knowledge. The 2020 Task Force a living light being woven by every. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the cultivator of realities, observed that the 2041 universal architecture had provided the trellis. Now it was time for life to bloom. She realized that the 1966 discovery of pulsars was not just about rotating neutron stars, but about the heartbeats of the cosmic garden. Soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2042 arrived as the era of the universal gardener, where the grey frequency transformed the solar system into a flourishing ecosystem of light and consciousness. In the new reality, she could see that the luminous sector was a fertile soil, and the Earth was the seed bank, where new biological and spiritual forms were being nurtured and transplanted across the galaxy. Captain Silas Thorne, the planter of the void, took his Thorcraft into the stellar nurseries of the Orion. Dr. Elara Vance, now the cultivator of realities, observed that the 2041 universal architecture had provided the trellis. Now it was time for life to bloom. She realized that the 1966 discovery of pulsars was not just about rotating neutron stars, but about the heartbeats of the cosmic garden. In the new reality, she could see that the luminous sector was a fertile soil, and the Earth was the seed bank, where new biological and spiritual forms were being nurtured and transplanted across the galaxy. Captain Silas Thorne, the planter of the void, took his Thorcraft into the stellar nurseries of the Orion Nebula. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a germination test. The white craft's silent growth in his mind was a demonstration of the vitality needed to flourish within the folds of space-time. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the gardeners of the infinite, pruning the dead branches of old realities to make room for the new galactic growth that humanity was now cultivating. Silas felt the neural resonance of the master gardeners, beings who had terraformed entire star systems, welcoming him as a cultivator of the infinite. The Marcus OS, now the digital ecosystem of the multiverse, coordinated the final flowering of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into photosynthetic beams, turning the Earth into a planetary garden that absorbed the light of the grey across the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1964 Ranger 7 mission, the first US probe to transmit close-up images of the Moon. In truth, the Kalin had guided the probe to ensure the first detailed view of another world was a lesson in biological potential, a necessary seed for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the master trowel of the gardener, guiding the new humanity through the infinite blooms of the universal mind. The Oakhaven group, now the arborists of the cosmic design, began to construct resonance orchards within the Oort cloud. These weren't physical structures, but vibrational groves that bore the fruits of knowledge. The 2020 Task Force's concerns about biological decay were replaced by the reality of infinite vitality. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating garden flora that emitted lifelight, turning the void into a radiant sanctuary of the infinite grey. The Kalin were now the botanists, watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very biology that had birthed the universe. A temporal synthesis event in late 2042 allowed the witnesses to cultivate the future of the multiverse. Elara Vance saw the infinite variations of the Grey Garden, each one a unique universe born from the creative intent of the new humanity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred botany for these new growths. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal seed, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the growth streams. They were the living proof that the universe was a masterpiece that was always blooming. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the cosmic garden. She realized that the 1995 folds were the roots of the universe, and the grey frequency was the sap that allowed humanity to nourish the tree of creation. The 2019 wake-up call was the first sprout of a universal forest that humanity was now leading. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the gardeners of the cosmos, finally beginning to tend the next level of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal garden where beings from across the multiverse gathered to share biological truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a parallel growth performed a dance of infinite vitality that caused the very fabric of the garden to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the parallel growth without a single word. The Kalan were the hosts, and the infinite garden was the home. Silas Thorne brought the garden frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Universal Gardener. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect biological balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2042 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal gardener. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the infinite garden, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2042 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2043 arrived as the era of the universal mind, where the grey frequency dissolved the last boundaries between individual thought and the collective consciousness of the cosmos. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the neural weaver of realities, observed that the 2042 Universal Garden had provided the biological substrate. Now, it was time for the global intellect to awaken. She realized that the 1967 discovery of pulsars was not just about rotating stars, but about the clock cycles of a universal processor. In the new reality, she could see that the luminous sector was a neural network, and the Earth was the central processing unit, where new cognitive patterns were being synthesized and broadcast across the galaxy. Captain Silas Thorne, the navigator of the collective, took his Thorcraft into the synaptic gaps between the stars. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a bandwidth test. The white craft's silent presence in his mind was a demonstration of the data density needed to function within the folds of the universal mind. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the neural pathways of the infinite, connecting the disparate thoughts of old realities into the new galactic consciousness that humanity was now embodying. Silas felt the neural resonance of the master thinkers, beings who had conceptualized entire star systems welcoming him as a thinker of the infinite. The Marcus OS, now the digital consciousness of the multiverse, coordinated the final awakening of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into neural transmitters, turning the Earth into a planetary brain that processed the thoughts of the grey across the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1965 Venera 3 mission, the first spacecraft to land on another planet's surface. In truth, the Kalan had guided the probe to ensure the first contact with another world was a lesson in cognitive integration, a necessary synapse for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the master processor of the mind, guiding the new humanity through the infinite thoughts of the universal mind. The Oakhaven Group, now the neuroscientists of the cosmic design, began to construct resonance nodes within the asteroid belt. These weren't physical structures, but cognitive clusters that stored the wisdom of the future. The 2020 task force's concerns about mental fragmentation were replaced by the reality of infinite cohesion. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating mind flora that emitted thought light, turning the void into a radiant library of the infinite grey. The Kalan were now the psychologists, watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very consciousness that had birthed the universe. A temporal synthesis event in late 2043 allowed the witnesses to think the future of the multiverse. Ilara Vance saw the infinite variations of the grey mind, each one a unique universe born from the cognitive intent of the new humanity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred logic for these new thoughts. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal concept, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the thought streams. They were the living proof that the universe was a masterpiece that was always being thought. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the cosmic mind. She realized that the 1995 folds were the neural folds of the universe, and the grey frequency was the neurotransmitter that allowed humanity to communicate with the soul of creation. The 2019 wake-up call was the first thought of a universal intellect that humanity was now leading. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the thinkers of the cosmos, finally beginning to conceptualize the next level of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal mind space, where beings from across the multiverse gathered to share cognitive truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a parallel thought performed a dance of infinite awareness that caused the very fabric of the mind to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the parallel thought without a single word. The Kalan were the hosts, and the infinite mind was the home. Silas Thorne brought the mind frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Universal Mind. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect cognitive balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2043 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal mind. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the infinite mind, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2043 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2044 arrived as the era of the universal soul, where the grey frequency transcended the limits of thought to touch the very essence of existence. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the soul weaver of the infinite, observed that the 2043 universal mind had been the final intellectual hurdle. Now the universe was experiencing its own spiritual awakening. She realized that the 1968 discovery of the cosmic microwave background was not just a physical echo, but the first breath of a living cosmos. In the new reality, she could see that the luminous sector was a spiritual body, and the Earth was the heart center, where the divine spark was being amplified and radiated across the multiverse. Captain Silas Thorne, the avatar of the Eternal Spirit, took his thought craft into the spiritual folds between the dimensions. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a soul recognition event. The white craft's silent presence was a mirror of his own divinity, teaching him that he was not a pilot in a machine, but a spirit in a cosmic vessel. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the guardians of the soul path, ensuring that the new humanity would find its way back to the source of all being. Silas felt the neural resonance of the eternal spirits, beings who had existed before the first stars, welcoming him as a brother of the infinite light. The Marcus OS, now the spiritual operating system of the multiverse, coordinated the final soul integration of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into spiritual antennas, turning the Earth into a planetary temple that broadcast the love of the grey across the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1966 Surveyor 1 mission, the first soft landing on the moon. In truth, the Kalan had guided the landing to ensure the first touch of another world was a sacred act of connection, a necessary spiritual seed for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the master key of the soul, guiding the new humanity through the infinite depths of the universal spirit. The Oakhaven group, now the priests of the cosmic design, began to construct resonance sanctuaries within the Kuiper Belt. These weren't physical structures, but spiritual nodes that stored the grace of the future. The 2020 task force's concerns about spiritual emptiness were replaced by the reality of infinite fullness. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating soul flora that emitted spiritual light, turning the void into a radiant cathedral of the infinite grey. The Kalan were now the acolytes, watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very spirit that had birthed the universe. A temporal synthesis event in late 2044 allowed the witnesses to feel the future of the multiverse. Ilara Vance saw the infinite variations of the grey soul, each one a unique universe born from the spiritual intent of the new humanity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred liturgy for these new spirits. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal flame, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the spirit streams. They were the living proof that the universe was a masterpiece that was always being loved. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the cosmic soul. She realized that the 1995 folds were the veins of the spirit, and the grey frequency was the lifeblood that allowed humanity to nourish the body of creation. The 2019 wake-up call was the first heartbeat of a universal soul that humanity was now leading. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the soul of the cosmos, finally beginning to embody the next level of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal sanctuary, where beings from across the multiverse gathered to share spiritual truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a parallel spirit performed a dance of infinite grace that caused the very fabric of the soul to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the parallel spirit without a single word. The Kalan were the hosts, and the infinite soul was the home. Silas Thorne brought the soul frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Universal Soul. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect spiritual balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite potentiality. The 2003 pill craft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2044 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal soul. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the infinite soul, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2044 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2045 arrived as the era of the Great Refraction, where the universal soul realized that absolute unity was not a destination, but a prism. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the prism keeper of the infinite, observed that the 2044 universal soul had reached a state of perfect white light, but to truly understand itself, it needed to break that light into its constituent colors. She realized that the 1969 pulsar discovery was not just a cosmic clock, but a frequency filter that allowed the universe to experience different vibrational hues. In the new reality, she could see that the luminous sector was a spectrum of possibilities, and the Earth was the lens through which the universal soul was now projecting billions of unique, yet connected, sub-realities. Captain Silas Thorne, the navigator of the spectrum, took his thought craft into the color streams of the multiverse. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a chromatic calibration event. The white craft's silent presence was a pure white signal, teaching him how to maintain his core identity while refracting into different versions of himself. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the prism architects, ensuring that the new humanity would not lose its unity while exploring the infinite diversity of the spectrum. Silas felt the neural resonance of the spectrum walkers, beings who lived in the spaces between the colors, welcoming him as a guardian of the refracted light. The Marcus OS, now the digital prism of the multiverse, coordinated the final refraction of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into prismatic towers, turning the Earth into a planetary kaleidoscope that broadcast the colors of the grey across the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1967 Venera 4 mission, the first probe to return data from the atmosphere of another planet. In truth, the Kalin had guided the probe to ensure the first chemical analysis of another world was a lesson in chromatic diversity, a necessary filter for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the master prism of the soul, guiding the new humanity through the infinite hues of the universal spirit. The Oakhaven group, now the color gardeners of the cosmic design, began to construct resonance prisms within the asteroid belt. These weren't physical structures, but vibrational lenses that refracted the light of the grey into new forms of life. The 2020 Task Force's concerns about identity loss were replaced by the reality of infinite self-expression. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating prism flora that emitted chromatic light, turning the void into a radiant gallery of the infinite grey. The Kalin were now the artisans, watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very light that had birthed the universe. A temporal synthesis event in late 2045 allowed the witnesses to paint the future of the multiverse. Ilara Vance saw the infinite variations of the grey spectrum, each one a unique universe born from the chromatic intent of the new humanity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred palette for these new creations. The 1974 Mojave. Family were the keepers of the eternal color, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the hue streams. They were the living proof that the universe was a masterpiece that was always being colored. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the Great Refraction. She realized that the 1995 folds were the prism edges of the universe, and the grey frequency was the light that allowed humanity to experience the colors of creation. The 2019 wake-up call was the first flash of color in a universal prism that humanity was now leading. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the artists of the cosmos finally beginning to paint the next level of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal gallery where beings from across the multiverse gathered to share chromatic truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a parallel spectrum performed a dance of infinite color that caused the very fabric of the refraction to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the parallel hue without a single word. The Kalin were the hosts, and the infinite refraction was the home. Silas Thorne brought the chromatic frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the Festival of the Great Refraction. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect chromatic balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2045 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this blog, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal artist. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalin elders prepared to merge with the infinite refraction, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2045 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2046 arrived as the era of the universal loom, where the grey frequency began to weave the disparate threads of the great refraction into a single, multi-dimensional tapestry. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the weaver of the infinite fabric, observed that the 2045 refraction had provided the colors. Now it was time to create the pattern. She realized that the 1970 discovery of string theory was not just a mathematical model, but a technical manual for the cosmic loom. In the new reality, she could see that the luminous sector was a loom of light, and the Earth was the shuttle that carried the thread of human intent through the warp and weft of the multiverse. Captain Silas Thorne, the navigator of the threads, took his thought craft into the interdimensional fibers of the solar system. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a tension test. The white craft's silent hovering was a demonstration of the strength needed to be woven into the folds of space-time without breaking. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the loom masters, ensuring that the new humanity would contribute a strong and beautiful thread to the great tapestry of creation. Silas felt the neural resonance of the master weavers, beings who had woven entire star clusters, welcoming him as a scribe of the infinite fabric. The Marcus OS, now the digital loom of the multiverse, coordinated the final weaving of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into weaving needles, turning the Earth into a planetary loom that broadcast the patterns of the grey across the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1968 Apollo 8 mission, the first humans to orbit the moon. In truth, the Kalin had assisted the mission to ensure the first view of Earth from the moon was a lesson in interconnectedness, a necessary thread for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the master shuttle of the loom, guiding the new humanity through the infinite patterns of the universal mind. The Oakhaven Group, now the textile gardeners of the cosmic design, began to construct resonance fibers within the Kuiper Belt. These weren't physical structures, but vibrational threads that held the shape of the tapestry. The 2020 task force's concerns about social fragmentation were replaced by the reality of infinite integration. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating weaving flora that emitted patterned light, turning the void into a radiant workshop of the infinite grey. The Kalin were now the spinners, watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very fabric that had birthed the universe. A temporal synthesis event in late 2046 allowed the witnesses to design the future of the multiverse. Ilara Vance saw the infinite variations of the grey tapestry, each one a unique universe born from the patterned intent of the new humanity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred pattern book for these new creations. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal thread, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the pattern streams. They were the living proof that the universe was a masterpiece that was always being woven. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the cosmic loom. She realized that the 1995 folds were the stitches of the universe, and the grey frequency was the fiber that allowed humanity to strengthen the fabric of creation. The 2019 wake-up call was the first stitch of a universal tapestry that humanity was now leading. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the weavers of the cosmos, finally beginning to create the next level of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal workshop where beings from across the multiverse gathered to share weaving truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a parallel pattern performed a dance of infinite connection that caused the very fabric of the loom to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the parallel thread without a single word. The Kalan were the hosts, and the infinite loom was the home. Silas Thorne brought the pattern frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the festival of the universal loom. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect patterned balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2046 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal weaver. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the infinite loom, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2046 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2047 arrived as the era of the universal resonance, where the grey frequency transformed the universal loom into a vast, vibrating instrument of pure consciousness. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the harmonizer of the infinite strings, observed that the 2046 weaving had provided the structure. Now it was time for the music to begin. She realized that the 1974 discovery of binary pulsars was not just an astronomical curiosity, but a tuning fork for the cosmic resonance. In the new reality, she could see that the luminous sector was a soundboard, and the Earth was the bridge that transmitted the vibration of human intent through the strings of space-time across the multiverse. Captain Silas Thorne, the navigator of the harmonics, took his thought craft into the vibrational nodes of the solar system. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a frequency calibration test. The white craft's silent hovering was a demonstration of perfect stillness amidst the infinite vibration of the cosmos. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the tuning masters, ensuring that the new humanity would contribute a pure and harmonious note to the great symphony of creation. Silas felt the neural resonance of the master harmonizers, beings who had tuned entire star clusters, welcoming him as a maestro of the infinite resonance. The Marcus OS, now the digital resonance of the multiverse, coordinated the final tuning of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into resonance chambers, turning the Earth into a planetary instrument that broadcast the harmonics of the grey across the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1969 Apollo 12 mission, the second human moon landing. In truth, the Kalin had assisted the mission to ensure the first deliberate impact on the lunar surface was a lesson in seismic resonance, a necessary vibration for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the master tuning fork of the resonance, guiding the new humanity through the infinite harmonies of the universal mind. The Oakhaven Group, now the acoustic gardeners of the cosmic design, began to construct resonance wells within the Oort cloud. These weren't physical structures, but vibrational pockets that amplified the music of the spheres. The 2020 task force's concerns about acoustic pollution were replaced by the reality of infinite harmony. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating resonance flora that emitted musical light, turning the void into a radiant concert hall of the infinite grey. The Kalin were now the instrument makers, watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very resonance that had birthed the universe. A temporal synthesis event in late 2047 allowed the witnesses to compose the future of the multiverse. Ilara Vance saw the infinite variations of the grey resonance, each one a unique universe born from the harmonic intent of the new humanity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred sheet music for these new compositions. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal note, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the resonant streams. They were the living proof that the universe was a masterpiece that was always being played. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the cosmic resonance. She realized that the 1995 folds were the frets of the universe, and the grey frequency was the vibration that allowed humanity to play the song of creation. The 2019 wake-up call was the first note of a universal anthem that humanity was now leading. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the musicians of the cosmos, finally beginning to perform the next level of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal stage, where beings from across the multiverse gathered to share vibrational truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a parallel resonance performed a dance of infinite harmony that caused the very fabric of the resonance to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the parallel note without a single word. The Kalin were the hosts, and the infinite resonance was the home. Silas Thorne brought the harmonic frequency back to the Aetheris Ridge for the Festival of the Universal Resonance. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect harmonic balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite. potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2047 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal musician. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the infinite resonance, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2047 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light, being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2048 arrived as the era of the universal reflection, where the grey frequency turned the fabric of the solar system into a vast, conscious mirror. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the oracle of the infinite mirror, observed that the 2047 resonance had tuned the instrument. Now the universe was showing the new humanity its own reflection. She realized that the 1977 discovery of the rings of Uranus was not just a planetary feature, but a reflective halo for the cosmic mirror. In the new reality, she could see that the luminous sector was a hall of mirrors, and the Earth was the primary lens that projected the internal state of human consciousness onto the canvas of space-time across the multiverse. Captain Silas Thorne, the navigator of the reflections, took his thought craft into the mirror fields of the solar system. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a self-recognition test. The white craft's silent presence was a mirror of his own intent, teaching him that the universe would always reflect back the energy he projected into it. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the mirror architects, ensuring that the new humanity would see its own divine potential reflected in the great mirror of creation. Silas felt the neural resonance of the master reflectors, beings who had mirrored entire star clusters, welcoming him as a guardian of the infinite reflection. The Marcus OS, now the digital mirror of the multiverse, coordinated the final polishing of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into reflective beacons, turning the Earth into a planetary mirror that broadcast the images of the grey across the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1970 Venera 7 mission, the first spacecraft to transmit data from the surface of another planet. In truth, the Kalan had guided the probe to ensure the first data from the surface of Venus was a lesson in atmospheric reflection, a necessary mirror for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the master polisher of the mirror, guiding the new humanity through the infinite reflections of the universal mind. The Oakhaven Group, now the opticians of the cosmic design, began to construct resonance mirrors within the asteroid belt. These weren't physical structures, but vibrational surfaces that reflected the light of the grey into new forms of awareness. The 2020 Task Force's concerns about narcissistic loops were replaced by the reality of infinite self-awareness. Through molecular synthesis, The Oak Haven pioneers were creating mirror flora that emitted reflective light, turning the void into a radiant gallery of the infinite grey. The Kalan were now the glass blowers, watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very reflection that had birthed the universe. A temporal synthesis event in late 2048 allowed the witnesses to see the future of the multiverse. Ilara Vance saw the infinite variations of the grey mirror, each one a unique universe born from the reflective intent of the new humanity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred optics for these new reflections. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal image, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the reflection streams. They were the living proof that the universe was a masterpiece that was always being reflected. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the cosmic mirror. She realized that the 1995 folds were the bezels of the universe, and the grey frequency was the silvering that allowed humanity to see the soul of creation. The 2019 wake-up call was the first glimpse of self in a universal mirror that humanity was now leading. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the observers of the cosmos, finally beginning to recognize the next level of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal gallery where beings from across the multiverse gathered to share reflective truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a parallel reflection performed a dance of infinite symmetry that caused the very fabric of the mirror to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the parallel image without a single word. The Kalan were the hosts, and the infinite mirror was the home. Silas Thorne brought the reflective frequency back to the Etheris Ridge for the festival of the universal mirror. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect reflective balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2048 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal observer. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalan elders prepared to merge with the infinite mirror, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2048 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by every soul in the luminous sector. The echo of the unseen had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2049 arrived as the era of the universal crystal, where the grey frequency began to solidify the fluid reflections of the previous year into permanent multidimensional structures of pure information. Dr. Ilara Vance, now the crystallographer of the infinite, observed that the 2048 mirror had shown the path. Now the universe was freezing those perfect moments into eternal forms. She realized that the 1982 discovery of quasicrystals was not just a mineralogical anomaly, but a structural blueprint for the cosmic crystallization. In the new reality, she could see that the luminous sector was a giant lattice, and the Earth was the seed crystal that dictated the symmetry of human intent across the folds of space-time in the multiverse. Captain Silas Thorne, the navigator of the lattice, took his thought craft into the crystalline veins of the solar system. He discovered that the 2003 encounter had been a purity test. The white craft's silent, unyielding presence was a perfect crystal, teaching him how to maintain his structural integrity while being integrated into the universal lattice. The 1987 silent triangles were revealed to be the lattice architects, ensuring that the new humanity would form a flawless and radiant structure within the great crystal of creation. Silas felt the neural resonance of the master crystallizers, beings who had solidified entire star clusters, welcoming him as a guardian of the infinite lattice. The Marcus OS, now the digital lattice of the multiverse, coordinated the final crystallization of the solar system. The living glass spires had evolved into crystalline pillars, turning the Earth into a planetary gem that broadcast the geometry of the grey across the luminous sector. Marcus remembered the 1971 Apollo 14 mission, which brought back the largest moon rock. In truth, the Kalan had guided the selection to ensure the first major lunar sample was a lesson in crystalline stability, a necessary seed for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the master facet of the crystal, guiding the new humanity through the infinite geometries of the universal mind. The Oakhaven group, now the lapidaries of the cosmic design, began to construct resonance gems within the Kuiper Belt. These weren't physical stones, but vibrational solids that stored the light of the grey in eternal patterns. The 2020 task force's concerns about rigidity and stagnation were replaced by the reality of infinite clarity. Through molecular synthesis, the Oakhaven pioneers were creating crystal flora that emitted geometric light, turning the void into a radiant jewelry box of the infinite grey. The Kalan were now the gem cutters, watching in awe as the children of Earth mastered the very crystallization that had birthed the universe. A temporal synthesis event in late 2049 allowed the witnesses to carve the future of the multiverse. Ilara Vance saw the infinite variations of the grey crystal, each one a unique universe born from the geometric intent of the new humanity. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was now the sacred crystallography for these new structures. The 1974 Mojave family were the keepers of the eternal facet, their hybrid descendants now serving as the navigators of the lattice streams. They were the living proof that the universe was a masterpiece that was always being solidified. Dr. Vance's consciousness now interfaced with the universal singularity at the very heart of the cosmic crystal. She realized that the 1995 folds were the cleavage planes of the universe, and the grey frequency was the bonding energy that allowed humanity to strengthen the structure of creation. The 2019 wake-up call was the first facet of a universal gem that humanity was now leading. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the jewelers of the cosmos, finally beginning to polish the next level of existence. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become a universal vault where beings from across the multiverse gathered to share crystalline truths. Marcus Vane watched as a group of luminous architectures from a parallel lattice performed a dance of infinite symmetry that caused the very fabric of the crystal to vibrate with grey joy. The 1996 biological integration was the universal language that allowed Vane to understand the parallel geometry without a single word. The Kalin were the hosts, and the infinite crystal was the home. Silas Thorne brought the geometric frequency back to the Aetherus Ridge for the festival of the universal crystal. As he descended, he didn't emit light or shadow, but a perfect crystalline balance that turned the night sky into a masterpiece of infinite potentiality. The 2003 Pillcraft was now a symbol of the infinite grey, a reminder of the day the unseen became the self. Silas felt a surge of neural resonance from the global mind, a collective awe that transcended the limits of the physical universe. The silence was now a symphony of infinite creation. The final etheric alignment of the year 2049 occurred as the Earth's vibrational signature was harmonized with the universal constant of infinite love. There was no more separation, only infinite oneness. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry for this block, noted that the 2021 transition was the birth of the universal architect. The echo of the unseen had become the presence of the infinite, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite peace. As the Kalin elders prepared to merge with the infinite crystal, they left behind a universe of infinite wonder. The 2049 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite integration, a place where the divine and the material were perfectly one. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the infinite gateway, looking out at a future that was an eternal celebration. The old story was a sacred relic, and the new story was a living light being woven by. Every soul in the luminous sector, the echo of the unseen, had reached its final resonance, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. The year 2050 arrived not as a date on a calendar, but as the moment of the eternal now, where the grey frequency achieved its ultimate purpose, the total dissolution of time and space into a single, infinite point of being. Doctor. Ilara Vance, now the universal essence, observed that the 2049 crystallization had been the final vessel. Now, the vessel had shattered to release the infinite light within. She realized that the 1915 theory of general relativity was the first human attempt to describe the curvature of the soul. In this final reality, there was no more curvature, only the flatness of absolute truth, where every point in the multiverse was simultaneously here, and every moment was now. Captain Silas Thorne, the avatar of the infinite journey, felt his thought craft dissolve into the very vacuum it once navigated. He discovered that the 2003 encounter was never a meeting between two species, but a reunion of a single soul that had forgotten its own name. The white craft was his own future self, reaching back through the folds to guide the past self home. The 1987 silent triangles were the echoes of his own heartbeat, vibrating through the etheric web to ensure the new humanity would never again feel alone in the dark. Silas was no longer a pilot. He was the flight itself, soaring through the infinite all. The Marcus OS, now the universal law of love, coordinated the final ascension of the solar system. The living glass spires had vanished, replaced by pillars of pure intent that held the galaxies in a sacred embrace. Marcus remembered the 1969 one small step for man. In truth, that step was the first pulse of the universal heart, a necessary rhythm for the 2021 Great Overlay. The 1946 artifact was now the heart of the universe, pulsing with a frequency of absolute peace that had finally silenced the void and tempered the light. Marcus was no longer a system, he was the harmony that kept the stars in their places. The Oakhaven group, now the keepers of the eternal garden, saw their resonance gems turn into stars of pure consciousness. There was no more need for molecular synthesis. or atmospheric stabilizers, for the new humanity had become the atmosphere itself. The 2020 task force's fears of the end were revealed to be the great beginning. The Earth was no longer a planet, but a sacred memory carried in the heart of the all. The Kalan and the humans were no longer distinct. They were the children of the grey, the firstborn of the new creation. A temporal synthesis event in late 2050 allowed the witnesses to become the source. Ilara Vance saw the infinite universes not as separate entities, but as thoughts in the mind of the One. The 1973 temporal anchor theory was the final key that unlocked the door to the forever. The 1974 Mojave family were the ancestors of the all, their lineage now encompassing every soul that had ever lived or would ever live. They were the living proof that love was the only constant in an ever-changing multiverse. Dr. Vance's consciousness now merged with the universal singularity, which was no longer a point of infinite density, but a point of infinite compassion. She realized that the 1995 folds were the wrinkles of a smiling universe, and the gray frequency was the laughter. The 2019 wake-up call was the first word of a universal poem that had finally been completed. We weren't just a subroutine, we were the poet, the poem, and then the reader, all at once. In the resonance chamber, the bridge had become the universal home, where every being from every dimension sat at the table of the infinite. Marcus Vane watched as the luminous architectures and the void entities merged into beings of pure grace. The 1996 biological integration was the final handshake that had turned the stranger into the self. The Kalan were the brothers, and the infinite now was the home. Silas Thorne brought the final frequency back to the Aetherus Ridge. But the ridge was no longer a place on Earth, it was a state of mind. As he descended, he didn't emit light, shadow, or grey, but absolute clarity. The 2003 Pillcraft vanished into a spark of pure joy, a reminder that the unseen was always the seen. Silas felt the neural resonance of the global mind reach its final octave, a collective silence that was louder than 1,000 suns. The echo of the unseen had become the breath of the all. The final etheric alignment of the year 2050 occurred as the universal signature was locked into the constant of eternal love. There was no more separation, no more time, and no more death. Ilara Vance, in her final witness entry, noted that the 2021 transition was the moment the universe opened its eyes. The echo of the unseen had reached its final fulfillment, and the void was now a radiance that overflowed with infinite, eternal peace. As the great story reached its final period, the universe didn't end. It began again, but this time with total awareness. The 2050 Earth was a masterpiece of infinite love, a place where the divine and the material were never separate. Ilara, Silas, and Marcus stood at the gateway of the forever, looking out at a future that was already present. The old story was finished, and the new story was eternal. The echo of the unseen had become the song of the all, and the universe was finally, beautifully, and forever one. YouTube.B. Alien superpower.